The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 12, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dan Newhouse to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Mr. Robert Sir, Christ Church, Mequon, Wisconsin.
Please pray with me. Holy God, mighty Lord, gracious Father, you are the sovereign God who is the author of all time. You hold all history in your righteous and merciful hands. Nations rise and fall by your will, for your purposes, and by your grace. So in this time and on this day, we humbly call upon you to exercise your will, show your compassion, and loose your spirit upon the members of this sacred body, those near to you and those far from you, that this would not be an ordinary day, but an extraordinary day. Open hearts to hear your guidance, help their ears to hear the voices of your will speaking. Let the members of this House today govern with compassion, understanding, and a determination to accomplish that which is good and pleasing in your sight, and that which is good for the people of this nation. Holy Spirit, we entrust ourselves to you, that at the end of this day we may rest in peace, and this great nation will remain a light that shatters the darkness, a city that brightly shines on a hill, and that all nations may see your handiwork in the work of this body today. All this we ask relying on your grace, and we ask through the power of Jesus' holy and precious name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved as read. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How are we doing? Good. We're good? Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 1 minute.
A wonderful prayer this morning. He and his family have been friends of mine for a long time. His church, like was said, is in Mequon, Wisconsin. And while so many, sadly for our country, in so many parishes or churches, the attendance has been down, he has founded a much bigger church than he founded, and it's truly booming and is a great success story for Christianity in Mequon. So in any event, again, congratulations, Reverend Sir, and I was so honored to be here today for that prayer.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, seek recognition.
The direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1137 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 70, House Resolution 1137. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7888 to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-27 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 529 to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order, without intervention of any point of order, to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During the consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
The committee granted, and by a recorded vote of 8-4, a rule providing for consideration of the following measures: H.R. 7888, Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act; H.R. 529, Extending Limits of U.S. Customs Waters Act; H.Res. 1112, Denouncing the Biden Administration's Immigration Policies; and H.Res. 1117, Opposing Efforts to Place One-Sided Pressure on Israel with Respect to Gaza. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or the respective designees, and the chair and the ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or the respective designees. Let's talk about the rule for H.R. 7888, the highly anticipated and heavily debated Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. There will be 6 amendments allowed for this bill, and they break down into 3 different categories. There are 3 amendments from the Judiciary Committee that basically limit or constrain the government in its use of the FISA 702 program. The first one is Mr. Biggs' amendment, probably the most discussed amendment, and it would prohibit warrantless searches of U.S. person communications in the FISA 702 database. The second is Mr. Roy's amendment, which requires the FBI to report to Congress on a quarterly basis the number of U.S. person queries conducted. And Mr. Klein's amendment prohibits the resumption of abouts collection under Section 702. The Intel amendments basically expand FISA, the FISA program, and Mr. Crenshaw's amendment expands the definition of foreign intelligence to allow targeting and collection of information about illicit drugs. Instead of just being about terrorism, we'll expand the program to include illicit drugs. Mr. Waltz's amendment expands the use of Section 702 by allowing it to be used to vet foreigners traveling into the United States. And Mr. Turner's amendment expands the definition of electronic communication service provider under Section 702. We'll have a full and robust debate on those amendments after this rule passes. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The Speaker recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today's rule, as Mr. Massey articulated, again provides for the consideration of 4 bills. Now, I suspect that you will be familiar with these 4 bills because these 4 bills were under a rule 2 days ago. What happened to that rule? It failed. Part and parcel of the chaos and the dysfunction that House Republicans have engulfed this august chamber in for the better part of the last 15 months. As of 2 days ago, 7 rules, 7, have failed on the House floor, Mr. Speaker. You might be wondering, those watching from home might be wondering, how many rules failed when Democrats had the majority under Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi? The answer is none. 0. In fact, from 1999 to 2023, only 2 rules failed on the House floor, neither of which happened when House Democrats were in control of this chamber. The last bill, Mr. Speaker, to pass the Rules Committee and make its way to the President's desk without suspension of our rules was almost 1 year ago. Unprecedented. Republicans have literally presided over the most ineffective session of Congress in history. Not hyperbole. Despite, by the way, Mr. Speaker, the pressing challenges that our nation faces, they repeatedly show that they have no capacity or desire to govern. Instead, prioritizing unwarranted censures, sham impeachments, non-binding resolution after non-binding resolution after non-binding resolution. Instead of debating core issues like lowering costs, growing the middle class, building safer communities, addressing our critical national security needs, we've spent yet another week here in Washington wasting time This is the third time that we're considering a variation of one of these non-binding resolutions today. Stunts over solutions, Mr. Speaker. That has become, unfortunately, their motto. This is not how governing is supposed to work. I know, I've served in this body for some time now, I know there are serious members on the other side of the aisle. I wish they would pull back their caucus and this institution from the brink and work with us in a bipartisan way to address core needs of the American people. Unfortunately, they've yet to show any desire to do so, but hope springs eternal. Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time, and I thank the Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Burgess from Texas in his appointment as the new chairman of the Rules Committee, and I would yield 4 minutes to the chairman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
And I thank my friend from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. It is a new day in the House of Representatives, and I intend to make certain that this process works, and it works for all of us, that all members get to be heard, but at the end of the day, as Mr. Massey points out, after a fulsome debate, we are able to move forward for the American people. I want to specifically talk today on H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, and H.Res. 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. Republicans remain concerned about the abuses that occurred under 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act in previous administrations. The rule before us provides consideration for reforms to FISA, including greater transparency and greater oversight for the American people. Mr. Speaker, in total, 56 reforms were made in response to concerns raised by our constituents. These reforms include prohibiting searches by the FBI unrelated to national security and prohibits political appointees from being involved in the FBI's query process. The Rules Committee met last night to report this rule out of committee, and yes, it was a bit of a process. There are 2 significant changes to highlight from earlier in the week. The Rules Committee print changes the reauthorization from 5 years to 2 years. That's important. The reforms that are now incorporated in the new FISA reauthorization will be reevaluated by the next Congress as to whether or not they're actually working. So rather than a 5-year reauthorization, we can look again in 2 years to make certain for our constituents, for the American people, that these reforms are actually working. And I certainly want to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy, for bringing that forward. There are also changes in the reauthorization that strike Section 19C from the text altogether. The latter action was taken amid some confusion about whether 19C would have unintentionally permanently reauthorized Section 702. To help clear up any ambiguity, that section has now been removed. Ultimately, this legislation will ensure that the appropriate guardrails are in place to safeguard American constitutional rights and help keep Americans safe. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my support for H.Res. 1117 offered by Ms. Salazar of Florida. Israel has a right to defend itself, especially after the notorious attacks by Hamas on October 7th. On April 4th, after a call between President Biden and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the White House released a press release stating that an immediate ceasefire is necessary. I would remind the White House that a ceasefire was in existence prior to the attack by Hamas. It is not right for the United States to pressure an ally to end a conflict that ally did not begin. Mr. Speaker, Israel has a right to exist and a right to self-defense. The United States does not get to decide that for Israel. I would underscore that pathways for ensuring humanitarian aid being able to enter Gaza and actually reach the Palestinian people and not be hijacked by their Hamas overlords. On April 5th, Israel opened up 3 new corridors for humanitarian aid. I appreciate the efforts to take responsibility for something Hamas has proven unwilling to do and hope that the conflict can soon come to an
Gentleman's
end.
time has expired.
I yield an additional minute to the chairman of the rules.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized
I
for
thank
1
the
minute.
gentleman. But one-sided pressure by the White House is not the way to ensure that end. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this rule from our committee, and I urge passage of the underlying legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to Mr. Massey, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
He's recognized. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, while I offer my congratulations to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Distinguished Rules Committee, I just must say, I'm confounded by the audacity of any House Republican to come to the floor and lecture any of us about national security when they have held hostage a bill that passed the United States Senate on a bipartisan basis to address the national security needs of this country. For months, they have held that bill hostage. They refuse to put the bill on the floor. And they have the audacity to come to the floor and lecture us or the White House. The White House needs no reminder about the necessity of supporting our allies. They have implored this institution to do its job in supporting our allies abroad. It is the Speaker and the House Republican caucus that refuse to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think for starters, we need to examine why are we being hustled to do this today. When we extended FISA earlier, there was a provision in the bill that allowed the FISA court to extend, and they have taken advantage of that. They have extended FISA until June of 2025. And so I think we're being hustled here today for a reason, to prevent the Constitution from being applied to FISA. Now, under the amendment being offered, a warrant would be required for a search of the data of U.S. persons. This is important. It would exclude imminent threats, exigent circumstances, as any warrant requirement does, or it would exclude cases where a person consents to a search or where there is cybersecurity. It excludes metadata. It's important to note that the FBI executed more than 200,000 warrantless searches of U.S. persons in 2022, including 141 Black Lives Matter protesters, 2 members of Congress, journalists, commentators, political parties, donors to political campaigns. It's really outrageous. The base bill is insufficient to protect us. There's 2 major points that it makes. Neither makes any sense or any difference. The big deal is a prohibition on U.S. person queries that are conducted solely for the evidence of a crime. That sounds good until you realize that the FBI almost never does that. In fact, in 2022, there were only 2 cases in which that provision would have been a prohibition. And the second issue is codifying the regulations about searches by the FBI today. Obviously, that doesn't do any good because the FBI, under the current regulations, continues to violate our rights and to do warrantless searches. The only way to end the abuse is to approve the warrant requirement that is being offered in the amendment. The American public agrees with us. 76% of Americans support requiring the government to get a warrant before searching in these cases. You know, somehow, literally, to hear the administration talk about it, getting a warrant here would be like the end of the world. In literally any other context, law enforcement or intelligence agencies who want to read Americans' communications have to get a warrant. And actually, for the last 46 years, the government has had to get a FISA Title I order to read Americans' communications in foreign intelligence investigations. These are investigations in which Americans are suspected of terrorism, espionage, cyber crimes, you name it. So somehow a warrant for Title I is consistent with national security, but will plunge us into a dystopian nightmare if we apply this basic constitutional requirement where Americans aren't even suspected of wrongdoing. This is not a wild idea. We have had, under the Obama administration, intelligence experts convened to examine this issue, and they were former CIA directors, national security people from both parties. They unanimously agreed that we should have a warrant requirement in these circumstances. You know, some have said that no court has ever required a warrant in these circumstances. That's incorrect. The Second Circuit Court of Appeals did point out that lawful collection alone isn't enough to justify a search. In fact, when it comes to examining the need for this, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, which Congress created to take a look at this, the data that is classified, concluded that there was little justification on the relative value of the close to 5 million searches conducted by the FBI from 2019 to 2022. And the chair of the board said this: in the strongest examples offered by the FBI, such as victim or defensive query examples, the government would likely be able to meet a probable cause standard or one of the exceptions contemplated, namely consent or exigent circumstances. With a 15-year track record to draw on, the government has failed time and again to show that it had to derive unique and significant national security value from a U.S. person query that could not have been conducted. May I have an additional 30 seconds?
Mr. Speaker, you'll an additional minute to the gentleman from Congress.
The lady has 30 seconds.
I would like to
Oh,
note
1
that
minute.
the Privacy Board did recommend by a majority vote that a warrant requirement be imposed. Now, to ignore this advice is to ignore our Constitution. We take an oath every Congress to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. This is a significant opportunity for us to uphold that oath. The Fourth Amendment matters. If we do not take this opportunity to protect the privacy of Americans when it comes to this matter, we will, in my belief, in my view, have failed in our obligation and our duty to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes and 30 seconds to my colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in support of the warrant amendment and would like to speak on the warrant amendment here for a couple minutes that we're about to vote on today. I hold in my hands here a document that states all the reasons why the warrant amendment should not be adopted by this Congress. And I'll cite one item specifically, number 5. It cites the current FBI director, and he goes on to say that Russia has launched the most violent ground war in Europe since the 1940s as a justification for not passing this amendment. Will Americans giving up their civil rights prevent that? China has rapidly proliferated its nuclear weapons capabilities. Will Americans giving up their civil rights prevent that proliferation? Will it prevent China? In what clearly they are a threat to the free world with their seeking global hegemony. But do Americans have to give up their civil rights? Goes on to talk about Afghanistan falling to the Taliban, ISIS revived, Houthi terrorists putting our troops under attack, Israeli men and women, children slaughtered by Hamas. Will Americans giving up their civil rights prevent those things from happening? It won't. These words ring very hollow by the current FBI director when he is targeting Americans, when we've seen the leadership of our FBI target Americans. We have a powerful word in the English language, and I think it's one of the most beautiful words out there. It's liberty. And liberty, encapsulated in that, is freedom. And the founders used liberty as often as they used the term freedom. Liberty encapsulates freedom, but it also says you have to be accountable for that freedom. There are those in our government that have chosen not to be accountable. But this great system we have allows us to provide that accountability. And that's what we're here to do today, is to provide that accountability for those intelligence agencies. So the choice is simple today before us. We can protect the powerful with their Praetorian Guard here in Washington, D.C., or do we protect the American people with the most powerful document created in the history of humankind, the Constitution? Today, Mr. Speaker, I will be choosing the people and the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I have great respect for my colleague from Wisconsin. We served together on the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, and I certainly agree with him about the preservation of liberty and the importance of liberty in our founding documents and as the core fabric, the core thread in our country. But I must also just say that I don't think the American people share House Republicans' priorities. And let me explain why. On Monday, the Rules Committee will be meeting to consider a number of bills. The House Republicans put out a notice yesterday what those bills would include. Let me just give you a sampling, Mr. Speaker. The Refrigerator Freedom Act, the Hands Off Our Home Appliances Act, the Clothes Dryers Reliability Act, and this may be my favorite, the Liberty in Laundry Act. Liberty in Laundry Act. So while I appreciate the gentleman from Wisconsin's very passionate defense of liberty, I'm not so sure the American people had that in mind. I don't think they're thinking of the Liberty in Laundry Act. I think they expect this House Republican majority to actually address the consequential challenges that face our country, not waste time on petty games and nonsense bills. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend and colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Hageman from Wyoming.
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The security state's abuse of their foreign intelligence authorities to unlawfully surveil American citizens and search their records has been exposed for all to see. In 2021, the FBI conducted over 3 million FISA searches of Americans, and in 2022, the FBI was still conducting hundreds of such warrantless queries per day. In the 2020 and early 2021 time period, the FBI conducted over 278,000 searches of the 702 FISA database that violated the Justice Department's own rules and often lacked national security connections. The FBI is querying Americans of all political and religious affiliations. The FBI is even using Section 702 to target elected and appointed government officials. The FBI's abuses are well known, using the 702 database to search for information on those individuals that it perceives to be political enemies of liberal orthodoxy, seeking to infiltrate the Catholic Church, spying on parents at school board meetings, and working with big tech to censor Americans it disagrees with. This is Stasi-level abuse, and it must be stopped. So my question for this body is, if catching the government violating the Constitution and our civil liberties is not the time for significant reform, then when is? The proposed changes to FISA are a good first step, but they don't go far enough. There are 3 additional amendments to assure accountability. One includes a warrant requirement to query the 702 database for Americans. There is no national security exception to the 4th Amendment, and we must ensure that these agencies adhere to the Bill of Rights. This warrant amendment would not prevent the government from using all of the available national security tools. It simply requires the government to get a warrant. Now, there are some who would argue that requiring the intelligence agencies to obtain a warrant before spying on American citizens would be too burdensome and unreasonably delay their efforts to keep the homeland safe. My first response is to note that if these agencies sincerely cared about national security, they would be doing everything in their power to convince President Biden and Mayorkas to close the border, but that has not been their priority, and their silence is deafening. My second response is to note that this reauthorization is for only 2 years. We can pass the Warren Amendment and reassess the situation in 2 short years, making the necessary tweaks at that time. The second amendment offered by Mr. Klein would end once and for all abouts collection, and the third amendment by Mr. Roy would enhance reporting requirements and bring more transparency to the FISA court process. I urge my colleagues to support these 3 amendments. If these 3 amendments do not pass, Section 702 should not be reauthorized. I also urge my colleagues to reject the 3 additional amendments that we will be taking up, amendments that are actually designed to expand FISA. It is simply unacceptable to reward an agency's abuse of power. I urge my colleagues to vote for the rule and the 3 amendments.
Reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Again, I appreciate the passion of the speakers on the other side of the aisle, including the gentlewoman from Wyoming, but facts matter, Mr. Speaker. And this body must dispense with the notion that any of this, the ills that they've spent all this time describing, are attributable to the Biden administration. I will read you a quote. This is from January of 2018, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "I would have preferred a permanent reauthorization," just repeat that, permanent reauthorization of Title VII to protect the safety and security of the nation. By signing this act today, however, I am ensuring that this lawful and essential intelligence program will continue to protect Americans for at least the next 6 years. We cannot let our guard down in the face of foreign threats to our safety, our freedom, and our way of life. President Donald J. Trump. So, spare us lectures about the need for, I understand we're going to have robust debates about the mechanics and the nuances with respect to this particular bill, but spare us lectures about the need for a shorter runway and a shorter reauthorization when the former president, whom apparently the House Republican caucus continues to take orders from, made clear and abundant his desire for a permanent reauthorization of this program, with none of these reforms, by the way, none of them. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question today is, do you trust the government? We often hear the claim that it's for your safety. And anytime the government tells us it's for your safety, the American people really question what that means. The same intelligence community that spied on President Trump's campaign has been deeply invested in reauthorizing FISA. And the same intelligence community that wrote the letter lying, saying that the Hunter Biden's laptop is not real, deeply wants FISA reauthorized. These are also the same people in the intelligence community that abused FISA and spied on hundreds of thousands of Americans. And I would argue they will continue to do it. These are also the same people who oppose the FBI having to get a warrant before they can search Americans' data. Yet we have a clause in this bill today that protects members of Congress and notified before they can search members of Congress data. It's always the rules for thee, but not for me. The problem is that this process to reauthorize FISA has received more effort than Congress has actually securing the border. And if the government really cared about protecting Americans, then they would shut the border down and mass deport terrorists out of our country and criminal illegal aliens. But they're not doing that. No, they're telling us we've got to reauthorize FISA so the government can continue to spy on Americans. There's been a lot of games played here in the swamp this past week when it comes to authorizing this bill. We were even told on Wednesday that FISA was completely stopped. Yet here we are voting on virtually the same rule and virtually the same text. The only change has been from a 5-year sunset to a 2-year sunset.
I yield additional 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would argue that changing that time frame does nothing. If Congress wants to change FISA to protect Americans or get rid of it altogether, we can do that. We make the laws. So the question today is, do you trust the Department of Justice to hold the FBI accountable? Because I don't. And the warrants aren't added to the bill text unless we pass the amendment after this vote and change the bill text. But a vote to change the bill text and add warrants will not get me to pass the final bill to pass FISA.
Ladies,
because
time
I don't
has
trust the
expired.
government, and neither should you.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to read from an article from a few days ago. This is from Fox 5 in Atlanta. The headline, Marjorie Taylor Greene standing by eclipse, NE earthquake comments. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is standing by comments she made about last week's earthquake in the Northeast and Monday's eclipse. Yes, sir.
Remarks. Did the gentleman address his remarks to somebody on this side of the aisle?
No, I'm addressing the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading an article, a newspaper article. Has that become objectionable now in this body? I thank the Speaker. I'll dispense with it quickly, but would just simply say, again, this is quoting from the article here, that the Republican representative then posted on Twitter, the social media site formerly known as X, formerly known as Twitter, that, quote, God is sending America strong signs to tell us to repent. Greene also pointed to Monday's eclipse, saying there are, quote, many more things to come, end quote. So to the extent that my friend from Kentucky was looking for me to make a connection here to the debate that we're having, I suspect it's self-evident, but I'm not so sure that the American people should necessarily be taking much stock into the arguments that are being made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, including the Speaker that we just heard from. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my friend from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
3,394,053. That is the estimated number of U.S. person queries conducted under the FBI during my first year here in Congress. And the number of improper searches by the FBI is in the hundreds of thousands, according to a DOJ audit. We may be voting to reauthorize the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, but the people of Alabama clearly see it as being used to spy on Americans like themselves and President Trump. That is why I voted in judiciary markup and will continue to support the Biggs Amendment that requires a warrant or a court order before the query of a U.S. person under Section 702. We as members of Congress owe it to our constituents to protect their civil liberties. We cannot allow the intelligence community, who recently spent its resources weaponizing against pro-life grandmothers, concerned parents at school boards, Catholics, and Biden's political opponents to freely spy on American citizens. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to adopt the rule, and I urge the adoption of the Warren Amendment. And with that, I'll yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now recognize my friend and colleague, Mr. Davidson from Ohio, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. Today, we have an opportunity to make progress. After 9/11, the Patriot Act passed, 1 senator voted no. 63 members of the House of Representatives voted no. Both parties failed with that vote. FISA has been reauthorized, and it never gets a full, clean vote. It's little tranches. In 2020, we ended the Business Records Surveillance Program, Section 215. The government didn't stop collecting business records. They just stopped doing it in conformance with Section 215 of FISA. Section 702 is an important program. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is supposed to stop foreign threats to our country. But there's a reason there's not a Domestic Surveillance Act. It's because there's a Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. And that amendment does not say that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. It says, as an American citizen, you have a right to privacy, that your records cannot be searched without probable cause and a warrant or a subpoena, due process. That should not be infringed. The Fourth Amendment is probably the most disregarded protection given us by the Bill of Rights. Our right to privacy is supposed to be defended, and we have this chance today, but not a complete chance. We have a bill that people will claim has 56 reforms, and it does. Of those, 45 are from the Intelligence Committee. Now, some of these were comparable to the Judiciary Bill, but they're weaker and watered down than Judiciary bills. 3 of them actually protect members of Congress. So only 2 are clean from the Judiciary Committee's bill. And one of the amendments we can't cover today, one of the reasons that the rule failed, was to say that even if the warrant passes, the government can't buy your data to circumvent the need to get a warrant in the first place. And that's what they're doing. They're buying data, they're structuring markets to collect the data, and they're circumventing the Fourth Amendment. We need to turn that off. There's a lot of ground to make up on the right to privacy, but I hope we take this chance today. I remind my colleagues that we don't work at a think tank, we work in a legislature. And the opportunity before us today is to make progress on reclaiming this freedom that we've surrendered. I will support this bill in the final passage if we have a warrant requirement and if the intel threats to the Fourth Amendment fail. But if those expansions of warrantless spying pass, even if the warrant's there, I will vote no on final passage. I encourage all my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Yields back. Reserve. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm just going to go through this list of bills that they have noticed for Monday. The Liberty for Laundry Act, the Clothes Dryer Reliability Act, and the Refrigerator Freedom Act. So I can assure the gentleman from Ohio, I don't think any of the American people believe that he works in a think tank, given these bills that they have apparently noticed for this House to consider next week. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes, yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess under the current version of the bill, Americans should feel better that Congress will be authorizing to spy on them only for 2 years, not for 5. But I really want to bring up some other issues that really at the essence of this bill, and that the bill is not addressing. So we've been talking about warrant, which is extremely important. This is a search, so government is able to search without warrant. That is violation of Fourth Amendment. It's unconstitutional. But on top of it, when we're talking about lawfully collected information, in reality, it could be very unlawful information there. We do not know. It's never addressed. And we know for a fact that government unlawfully collected information in 2016. We know the government acknowledged that they have a lot of data there. They don't know how much. It could be, they call it all incidental. But nothing in this bill addressing actually if this is for lawfully collected information. There is no auditing, no checking. And they want us to trust. So if we pass with a warrant, at least, we will have a warrant to potentially, search unlawfully collected information. But if this bill passes as it is, Congress will be authorizing for 2 years for government to have unconstitutional searches of unlawfully collected information. It almost sounds ironical for us, an institution that should be protecting the constitutional rights of Americans. So I hope my colleagues are paying attention what we'll be voting for on both sides of the aisle, and I hope Congress will wake up to start protecting the American people, not playing circuses here. Thank you. I yield back.
He yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Are.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Colorado
Thank you.
to close.
Mr. Speaker, today's rule, put simply, is a testament to the Republican playbook since assuming the majority 15 months ago. Chaos, gridlock, and infighting. Over the past year, honestly, it has been difficult to understand what my colleagues across the aisle truly want. At the beginning of this Congress, the other side of the aisle voted for a House rules package that they promised would entail an open rules process for amendments. Yet this Congress is on pace to have more closed rules than any Congress in the last 100 years, over a century. A minority of House Republicans now dictate what proposals will even have a chance to be considered in this chamber, to stand in the marketplace of ideas that our colleagues claim to love so dearly. Our colleagues across the other side of the aisle reject compromises at every turn, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleagues rejected a bipartisan immigration deal that came out of the Senate before even reading the bill text. The bill passed with 70 votes, Mr. Speaker, 70 votes in the United States Senate. Our allies around the world have literally been left stranded. And House Republicans won't even bring the bill up for an up or down vote. Instead, their top priority, the Refrigerator Freedom Act. Refrigerator Freedom Act, Mr. Speaker. The American people deserve better. They expect better. Enough of the political stunts, enough of the infighting. Let's get back to work, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to close.
We're here today to pass a rule that will bring up a program for a vote that's been abused hundreds of thousands of times, abused by the FBI's own standards hundreds of thousands of times. But every time they've used it, they've actually abused it because they have not followed the constitutional requirement in the Fourth Amendment. Today, if we pass this rule, we'll have votes on 6 different amendments. 3 of these amendments will expand the program, and 3 of these amendments will constrain the program. There are people who say, oh, this bill is fine as is, doesn't need any amendments. But here's the problem with that. If we believed that, why would we put exemptions for Congress in this bill? There are exemptions for Congress in the base bill of 702. What do they do? They say that if a congressman is going to have their privacy violated with the 702 program by the FBI has to notify Congress. It goes on to say in this bill that if the FBI is going to tell us that they're doing it for our own good, they have to get permission from the congressman whose privacy is going to be violated. Why does that only apply to members of this body? The Constitution provides that we should give these protections to everybody. The Constitution requires a warrant. That's one of the amendments that will be offered here today. In fact, the chairman and the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction for this legislation, which is the committee that many years ago created the 702 program. The chairman and ranking member have said that if the warrant provision is not adopted, they will not vote to renew this program. And I applaud them for taking that stand. Because the Fourth Amendment to our Constitution says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched or the person or things to be seized. The FISA 702 program is clearly in violation of the Fourth Amendment. We can fix it for the most part with one amendment. There will still be other defects in the FISA program. And I will just close by saying this. America is watching us today. They are going to watch the results of this vote. What will we do here today? Are we going to carve out exemptions for Congress? Are we going to protect ourselves but not the American people? Or are we going to provide them with the protections that our founding fathers enshrined in our Constitution? We swore an oath to do that when we took these offices as legislators, and we need to follow that oath. And that's why I urge adoption of this rule. I urge people to vote for the warrant amendment, and I urge people not to vote for the final bill if the protections of the warrant amendment are not there. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
It's nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 202. The previous question is ordered. The question is an adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off of the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insertion of extraneous material on H.R. 7888.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1137 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7888. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7888, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, and the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, each will control 15 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
This bill is about the extension of Section 702 of the Foreign Surveillance Act. That is the act under which we're able to spy on our adversaries, those individuals who intend to do our nation harm. It's been great debate and great discussion among the members in this body. Everyone is in agreement that there have been unbelievable abuses by the FBI of access to foreign intelligence. The underlying bill, of which there's broad support, punishes the FBI. It criminalizes the FBI's abuses. It limits and restricts the FBI's access to foreign intelligence, and it further puts guardrails to punish the FBI. What's also in agreement here on this House floor is the protection of American civil liberties. You have to have a warrant, and there is absolute constitutional protection of Americans' data. No one in this statute, there's no place in this statute where Americans' data becomes at risk. The debate today, though, is not about FISA. It's not about spying on our adversaries. The debate today is about a warrant requirement in an amendment that has been offered by Andy Biggs and Jayapal. This amendment, largely drafted by Senator Wyden and co-sponsored by Elizabeth Warren, would, for the first time in history, provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. It would provide constitutional rights to our enemies. No court, no law has ever come out of this body that would provide constitutional rights to our adversaries. We spy on Hezbollah. We spy on Hamas. We spy on the Ayatollah. We spy on the Communist Party of China. This bill provides them constitutional protections to communicate with people in the United States, to recruit them for the purposes of being terrorists, for being spies, and for doing espionage. The 9/11 perpetrators were in the United States, and they were communicating with al-Qaeda. At that time, we made a grave mistake in that we were not spying on al-Qaeda, and we didn't see who they were communicating with in the United States. We changed that, and we began to spy on al-Qaeda, and we got to see the extent to which they were recruiting people in the United States to do us harm. If this amendment passes, al-Qaeda will have full constitutional protections to recruit in the United States. The Communist Party will have full constitutional protection to recruit in the United States. And there will be no increased protection of constitutional protections for Americans and their data. The only data that would become protected is data that's located in al-Qaeda's inbox and the Communist Chinese inbox. Now, how is that they become protected? This amendment would require that you have to have a warrant to look into Communist Chinese Party data for the recruitment efforts that they are doing within the United States. You would have to have evidence of a crime that is occurring in order to be able to get that warrant, which means we'll be blind. The moment that if this becomes law, we will be blind and will be unable to look at what Hezbollah is doing in the United States, what Hamas is doing in the United States, what the Communist Party is doing in the United States. There's no additional protections in this amendment for Americans. Americans still have full constitutional protection of their own data. Now, let me give you an example of how this works under their amendment. We're spying on Hamas. Two people in the United States send emails to Hamas. One says, "Happy birthday," and one says, "Thank you for the bomb-making classes." Now, when those two emails go to Hamas, right now we see them. If you send a happy birthday to Hamas and we see it, that doesn't matter. That's not a threat to the United States. You send an email that says, thank you for the bomb-making classes. We intercept that email. We read it, we find out who it is, and then when we come here to go find that person, to arrest them, to make certain that they don't harm Americans, we have to go to court and get a warrant. There already is a warrant requirement for the protection of Americans and people who are here in the United States. If you have to have a warrant to look at the 2 emails that are happy birthday and thank you for the bomb-making classes, you have no evidence of a crime. You have no ability to read these 2 emails. We will go dark. We will go blind. Now, the FBI is extraordinary in their searching of foreign data. We need to punish them. This underlying bill punishes the FBI. We should not punish Americans. We should not make our nation less safe by giving constitutional protections to Hamas, giving constitutional protections to the Communist Chinese Party. Now, I've been talking to members on the floor, and they say, hey, this amendment is about protecting Americans' data in the United States. It's not. Americans' data in the United States is already protected by the Constitution. There's nobody on this House floor who would argue that you don't need a warrant to look at Americans' data in the United States. This amendment, and I encourage everyone to pick it up and read it, applies to the data that we collect in spying on Hamas, Hezbollah, the Communist Chinese Party. To give them a warrant, to give them constitutional protections, means that they're open for business. The day after this passes and we go blind, the Communist Chinese Party has a complete pass to recruit in the United States students to spy on our industry and then our universities. Hamas and Hezbollah have a complete pass. We will be blind as they try to recruit people for terrorist attacks within the United States. Currently, we keep America safe by spying on our adversaries. Do not give our adversaries constitutional protection. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation. First, let me emphasize again that, as the chairman said, Section 02 is our single most important intelligence authority. Our single most important intelligence authority. We use it every day to protect the nation from threats ranging from China and Russia to terrorist plots, to fentanyl traffickers, and much more. It cannot be allowed to expire. It is also true that the 702 program requires substantial reform. We have done this before, and we are doing it in this base bill. I would also make a critical point here, which is that this is arguably our most heavily scrutinized and overseen intelligence authority. It is approved, and I'm going to say this twice, every single year, and has been since 2009, by federal judges. Federal judges who crawl all over this program looking for constitutional violations, looking for violations of law, and since 2009, they have recertified this program. It is also overseen by the Congress. The chairman and I see problems with the program. It is overseen inside by the Attorney General. It is the most scrutinized intelligence collection program that we have. The bill before the House today is the product of very serious oversight, resulting in a base text that preserves the value of 702 while putting in place more than 50 significant reforms aimed at preventing its misuse. Those misuses that were detailed and that the chairman referred to, which, by the way, are down to the tune of 90%. This bill would codify those reforms and require that the FBI continue to follow those rules. This legislation contains the most significant reforms to 702 ever. Among many other proposals, this bill will continue the progress already made that I referred to by the Biden administration and others to ensure compliance. The bill would ban queries to find evidence of a crime and cut by 90% the number of FBI personnel that can approve U.S. person queries. That's what we give up if we don't pass this bill. We will consider several amendments to the bill, most of which I will support. However, I am opposed to the Biggs Amendment, an extreme and misguided proposal that seriously undermines our national security. I understand the instinct. There is no way to collect intelligence on foreign emails and text without having some Americans on the other side of this. This bill puts in place protections to make sure that the abuses of the past don't continue into the future. And I would add, I understand the concern. Federal judges crawl all over this program every single year, and not one federal judge, not one, has found constitutional issues with U.S. person queries. The President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the PCLOB, proposed a warrant that is much less extreme than the one in the Biggs Amendment. The PCLOB, the President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, and by the way, this proposal was split on the PCLOB, proposed that only in the event that a U.S. person query produces information, only in that event, which is about 2% of all queries, would a warrant be required. The Biggs Amendment would require a warrant for every single U.S. person query that the government makes inside information that it already has. The narrow exceptions including in this amendment will also not work. You don't need to take that from me. Talk to anybody in the government who uses this program. We don't know if a query is about something that is an exigency until we know what is in the information that query would turn up. Enacting this amendment would make us far less safe. We'll lose the ability to disrupt terrorist plots, identify spies, interdict fentanyl, and much more. Not because it was constitutionally required, but because we simply chose not to look. As Jake Sullivan said this week, quote, "The extensive harm of this proposal simply cannot be mitigated." I would point my colleagues, particularly on my side of the aisle, to the President's extraordinarily strong statement of administrative policy in which he reiterates the damage that will be done by this amendment should it pass. And my friends, a lot of what we do here, the consequences don't appear immediately. If we turn off the ability of the government to query U.S. person data, the consequences will be known soon. And we will audit why what happened, and the consequences will be known soon, and accountability will be visited. Once again, I urge members to vote for the underlying bill and to oppose the Biggs Amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of this bill, this underlying bill. Certainly. This is a bipartisan product that came out of the Intelligence Committee. And it came out of the Intelligence Committee when we realized a few years ago all the abuses that were taking place within our intelligence system. And we knew we had to act, and there had to be reforms. And there had to be criminal liability when people in our agencies are doing the wrong things. That wasn't in place. And for the last 2.5 years, we've worked on this, and we worked on it in a bipartisan way, not just with the Intelligence Committee, but with the whole body. We opened this up to the entire body, Republican, Democrat, regardless of what committee you're on. And we worked together to craft a very good bill. This isn't just an Intelligence Committee bill. This is a House of Representatives bill. And that's what we've come forward. This bill ensures American civil liberties are secure and that we have intelligence collection tools that we need to safeguard our country from foreign threats. The Constitution asks us to provide for our defense. That is what we are trying to do. And to work against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is what we are trying to do. So I want to set the record straight. It's already in statute that a warrant is required every single time the United States government wants to investigate a U.S. person under FISA, under Section 702. But a warrant is not required to do a query, to find out what you might need for probable cause to get a warrant. Now, this amendment wants to put a warrant on getting a query when time is of the essence. Mr. Speaker, if Ayatollah Khomeini is talking about you and we pick up that, I want to know why he's talking about you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to do a query into the information we already have to see if anyone else is talking about you. And I want to find out if they're planning to assassinate you, Mr. Speaker. I shouldn't need a warrant to try and find out if a foreign actor is trying to assassinate a U.S. citizen. I shouldn't need a warrant to find out if a foreign actor or terrorist is working with someone in the United States to harm other Americans. But if we want to investigate that person, yes, we do. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. American civil liberties are not being harmed. So I'll give you a hypothetical example too. American citizen Bob Smith pops up in a FISA database. Some are saying the government can obtain or search Bob emails, texts, and phone calls. That is not true. That is not true. But you can do a query to see if anyone else is talking about this person, and not just anyone else anywhere, but a foreign actor or a foreign terrorist whose information you already have. Can you imagine if you're looking for...
Chair, how much time is remaining on Dr. Winstrom's 3 minutes?
Gentleman has 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you. So I want to just say what's true and what's not true. A query does not investigate a U.S. citizen. In many cases, it's acting on behalf of a U.S. citizen to keep them safe, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege to yield 2 minutes to the single longest serving member of the House Intelligence Committee ever, a member who, as my Republican colleagues regularly remind me, whose progressive bona fides are unchallengeable, and who came to this institution to fight for civil liberties. I yield 2 minutes to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his great leadership of the Intelligence Committee, and I thank our members of the Intelligence Committee for their important work to protect our national security on both sides of the aisle. Having served there, I know it's a place where we strive for bipartisanship. Mr. Speaker, as the gentleman indicated, I came to this committee in the early 90s, and my purpose was to protect the civil liberties as we protected the national security of our country. I had two purposes. One, to stop the proliferation of weapons, nuclear weapons, and secondly was, on a par with that, to make sure that we protect the civil liberties. In the course of that time, I have voted for legislation that is less than what I would have liked, but advanced the cause. The gentleman, both the chair and the ranking member, have put forth a very clear idea about why 702 is important, and I associate myself with their remarks. But I just want to say this. I went in the early 90s. I became the ranking member, the top Democrat on the committee, and for 20 years I was gang of 4 or gang of 8 in terms of receiving intelligence up until last year when I stopped being Speaker of the House. And for that whole time, it's been about what does this mean to the civil liberties of the American people. I had a bill that we brought to former President Bush was president that addressed some of our FISA concerns, didn't go all the way. This bill does. And in this legislation, there are scores of provisions that strengthen our case for civil liberties. Some of them improvements on existing law, some of them new provisions in the law to protect the civil liberties of the American people. So this Biggs Amendment seriously undermines our ability to protect the national security, and I urge our colleagues to vote against it. I don't have the time right now, but if members want to know, I'll tell you how we could have been saved from 9/11 if we didn't have to have the additional warrants. With that, I again urge a no vote on Biggs, a yes on the bill, and yield back the balance of my time.
And the lady reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my folks at home, are you concerned about counterterrorism threats? I am too. FISA Section 702 informed the planning for the February 2022 U.S. military operation that resulted in the death in Syria of Haji Abdullah, the leader of ISIS. That's one example. Are you concerned about fentanyl? I am too. We were able to leverage FISA Section 702 intelligence to identify a foreign actor overseas who was supplying pill press machinery and other equipment to drug cartels in Mexico to help thwart that fentanyl threat. Are you concerned about cyber threats? I am too. FISA Section 702 played an important role in the U.S. government's response to the cyber attack on Colonial Pipeline back in 2021 and other cyber threats that have taken place since then. Are you concerned about threats to our troops? I am too. FISA Section 702 has identified threats to U.S. troops and disrupt planned terrorist attacks on those troops overseas in places like the Middle East, a U.S. facility specifically in the Middle East. And 702 was used to monitor communications as those terrorists traveled to go and execute those plans. We can't overstate the importance of 702. And I know you're concerned about the rights of the American people. I am too. I'm an American just like you are. That's why there already is a warrant requirement in place. We are protecting U.S. persons. We can't allow 702 to expire and expect that we're going to have good results at the end of the day. I support Section 702, and I urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Hank Johnson.
I thank the ranking member, and I rise in support of reauthorization of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which was first passed by Congress in 2008, which also codified what had been a secret and legally unauthorized practice of warrantless collection of phone, email, and other communications of non-U.S. persons located outside of the United States in response to the deadly 9/11 attack that killed thousands of Americans. As they planned that deadly attack, al-Qaeda plotters used U.S. communications facilities, and American foreign intelligence picked up the chatter. But the stovepipe that kept this intel from domestic law enforcement created the situation where domestic law enforcement could not protect us from the threat because they did not know of the plot before it happened. If Section 702 had been in place prior to 9/11, the FBI could have been able to prevent the attack, and allowing Section 702 to expire would expose Americans to grave danger like the horrific massacre of Israeli Jews on October 7th, the military-style assaults like what happened in Russia recently, and other mass casualty events, the limits of which are only limited by the depravity of those who would plan them. And that's why I rise in support of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
How much time we have remaining?
Gentleman from Ohio has 5 minutes remaining.
I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Turner, for yielding, and I want to thank you for your leadership on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. Over the past year, I've led the Intelligence Committee task force on FISA reauthorization, working with my colleagues to find common sense reforms to the processes under Section 702 to create a balance between protecting national security and preserving constitutional liberties afforded to all U.S. persons. It's important to state at the outset that Section 702 is used only to target bad actors overseas and our adversaries who are not protected under the Fourth Amendment. It is not used to surveil or target Americans. Throughout our process, we regularly engage with national security leaders, former Trump administration officials, and our colleagues, both on the Judiciary Committee and throughout the conference. This bill before us makes targeted, meaningful changes to FISA and Section 702 without upending the statute in a way that will lead to unintended consequences, resulting in the United States being less safe. Prior to coming to Congress, I served as an assistant U.S. attorney and chief terrorism prosecutor. I witnessed firsthand the valuable use of FISA. Section 702 is a critical tool that helps the IC defend the United States against the malign actors we worry about daily. And the value of what 702 has done for our country over the last 15 plus years is immense. I would mention 4 existential things that have happened in the last 9 years. The taking out of bin Laden, the assassination of Soleimani, the Iranian leader, by President Trump, the taking out of al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, and last year, the taking out of al-Zawahiri. The use of 702 in all of those was definitive in the taking out of those terrorists. I would say I would also say with this bill, it institutes the largest reform of the FBI in a generation, makes the necessary changes to prevent potential bad actors from improperly utilizing FISA from anything other than its intended use, protecting Americans from foreign threats. Particularly this day and age with China, what's going on in the Middle East, and the unenforcement at our southern border, it's now more important than ever that we have a vibrant, robust 702 in place. Lastly, I would just submit for the record a letter from Mike Pompeo, John Radcliffe, Devin Nunes, William Barr, and Robert O'Brien, former Trump administration officials that worked in national security, where they specifically support our bill and express grave concern about the Warren Amendment that will be brought up today. And I urge a no vote on the Warren Amendment and a yes vote on our underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it's my privilege to yield 90 seconds to a gentleman who, prior to coming here, defended this nation's security at risk to his own life in the uniform of the 75th Ranger Regiment, the gentleman from Colorado, Jason Crow.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act to reauthorize Section 702 of FISA. As one of the nation's most essential intelligence gathering tools, the importance of reauthorizing FISA cannot be overstated. Every day, our nation's diplomats, intelligence professionals, and defense officials, and soldiers, and Marines, and airmen rely on intelligence derived from Section 702 to advance their missions and to protect our country. It provides vital insights into the kinds of threats that we need to be able to protect Americans from, including threats against our critical infrastructure, our computer networks, our financial system, and our citizens. This bill before you is the product of careful bipartisan negotiations. These negotiations have ensured that this bill will not only maintain the effectiveness of FISA, but it also enhances protections for America's civil liberties. It makes targeted reforms to address compliance issues and to prevent abuses. The amendment proposed by my colleagues to require a warrant before accessing this information that has already been lawfully collected and reviewed by courts and is in the possession of the U.S. government would serve as a de facto ban on ever accessing it. It creates an unacceptable level of risk with consequences that would be felt almost immediately for Americans and our national security. So I urge my colleagues to reject the Biggs Amendment and to support the underlying bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. We've seen a lot since we've been here. This is my third term. Never before have I actually been frightened about what could happen if FISA is not reauthorized or this warrant amendment is passed, which effectively kills our ability to detect and connect the dots between foreign terrorists and what they might do here domestically. I have never been more concerned. I spent the last 20 years of my life fighting for this country, Austin and I doing it. And I don't think we actually disagree very much on principle. There's always a balance between civil liberties, privacy, and security. I don't think me and my colleagues are very far apart on that. We are very far apart on the facts at hand. And so let's talk about some myths and some facts. Myth: FISA is used to spy on Americans. The myth goes like this: if you query an American's name, you can see their inbox. But it's not true. It is used to spy on foreign intelligence targets, foreign terrorists, and you need a warrant to do so. If they speak to an American, you will get that part of the conversation. That is all you get. Here's another myth: this bill doesn't go far enough. It doesn't do any reforms. That is not true. The reforms in here would stop in their tracks what happened to President Trump with Crossfire Hurricane. It's almost entirely intended to stop what happened to President Trump. Not only that, it would do the necessary reforms it would codify 56 more reforms. It would put in processes before queries are even made. It would put in criminal penalties for those who do not abide by those processes. The FBI hates these reforms, by the way. Please support this bill. Please do not support the amendment to require a warrant for queries. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to the remaining time?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. It's a privilege to yield 90 seconds to the gentle lady from Pennsylvania, Chrissy Houlihan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise today in strong support of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, which would reauthorize FISA 702. We live in a dangerous world, and Section 702 is crucial to keeping Americans safe. This is a tool that our intelligence agencies rely upon all day to counter all kinds of threats to our homeland from U.S. non-persons. Again, U.S. non-persons. Whether uncovering Chinese spies or foiling terrorist plots or intercepting cyber attacks, this authority is essential to our national security. This tool can even allow our intelligence community to counter drug cartels as they attempt to bring deadly fentanyl to our shores. But it would be enhanced by an amendment that myself and Mr. Crenshaw are proposing, the Enhancing Intelligence Collection on Foreign Drug Traffickers Act. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment when we vote later this morning. However, not all of the amendments today would strengthen this bill. In fact, I am strongly opposed to the amendment offered by Mr. Briggs, and I am obligated to point out the dangers of passing this extreme amendment. Intelligence professionals who rely on this tool, 702, keep us safe and have been crystal clear. This amendment would make it nearly impossible to access information essential to protect our homeland security. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I urge a yes vote on the overall bill, FISA, and a no vote on the Biggs amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida who opposes giving constitutional rights to our foreign adversaries, Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this bill and equally strong opposition to the amendment. Simply put, this amendment ties the hands of our intelligence community, making all of us less safe. This amendment requires the IC to get a probable cause warrant to search a set of data that has legally been collected. ICs, our intelligence community, must have access to legally collected pertinent information, and we should not be adding roadblocks. As a former law enforcement officer, I strongly believe in the civil liberties of all Americans and spent my life protecting them. But this amendment does not provide any more protection to Americans. All this amendment does is gut 702, giving to terrorists, adversaries, and bad actors a major win. Restricting access to already legally collected data makes us all less safe. 702 is a vital piece of our security, must be preserved. I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Dan Goldman.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill that includes an absolutely essential national security program. But I will support this bill only if the amendment that would impose a warrant requirement on queries regarding American citizens fails. First, a warrant is simply not needed because the query in question is not a new search. It simply identifies any contacts or communications with Americans from within the universe of information that was already lawfully obtained from the original search. And that original search can only be of foreign nationals on foreign soil. I spent 10 years as a federal prosecutor and obtained hundreds of search warrants. And based on that experience, I can say with confidence that requiring a warrant would render this program unusable and entirely worthless. Based on the information available to law enforcement, it would be impossible to get probable cause to obtain a search warrant from a judge in a timely manner. And even if it were possible, the time required to obtain a search warrant from a judge would frequently fail to meet the urgency of a terrorist or other national security threat. A warrant requirement is unnecessary and unworkable, and I therefore urge my colleagues to oppose the Biggs Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio's time has expired.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the gentleman from Ohio for his terrific work in the face of very real challenges and his commitment to bipartisanship. This is a critical and bipartisan effort, and it's one that he and I and many others have spent thousands of hours on. And as we close out debate, two things are very, very clear. Number one, this authority must be reauthorized. I've heard too many members saying that I'll vote to reauthorize it so long as I get this amendment passed. If you are serious about keeping the American people safe, if you're serious about what you said, which is that this must be reauthorized, vote for final passage. This is our single most important tool to keep Americans safe. Secondly, the Biggs Amendment is an extreme amendment, and I understand the instinct. As I mentioned before, the PCLOB, the President's Civil Liberties Oversight Board, proposed something that would require, in very limited circumstances, a judicial amendment. This amendment is far more extreme than that one, and it is not driven by constitutional concerns. Not a single federal court, after years and years of scrutiny, has identified a Fourth Amendment issue. So this is a policy choice. And I would say to those friends of mine on my side of the aisle, maybe you've spent more time on this collection authority than I have. I've probably spent 2,000 or 3,000 hours. So maybe you've spent more. I'm willing to concede that. Maybe you know better than I do. But I would ask you to listen to the people who use this every single day at the Department of Justice, at our intelligence community. I would ask you to read the last paragraph of the administration's Statement of Administration Policy, which concludes with the line, "Our intelligence, defense, and public safety communities are united. The extensive harms of this proposal simply cannot be mitigated." We're Article 1. You've probably done a lot of work. Maybe you know better on the Biggs Amendment. We'll find out. Pass the Biggs Amendment. Do what the SAP says would badly damage our safety. We'll find out. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I hope no. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 15 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give myself such time as I may consume. In 2021, 2022, the FBI did over 3 million U.S. person queries of this giant 702 database, of this giant haystack of information. 3 million queries of United States persons. And make no mistake, query is a fancy name for search. 3 million Americans' data was searched in this database of information. And guess what? The FBI wasn't even following their own rules when they conducted those searches. That's why we need a warrant. 278,000 times, not Jim Jordan talking about it, not Ranking Member Nadler talking about it. Washington Post reported last May that 278,000 times the FBI found, the Justice Department found, that they didn't even follow their own darn rules when they searched this giant haystack, this giant database of information on Americans. And so what we're saying is, let's do something that the Constitution has had in place for a couple hundred years that has served our nation well and protected American citizens' liberties. Let's make the executive branch go to a separate and equal branch of government, the judicial branch, and get a probable cause warrant to do the search. After all, it's done pretty well for this great country, greatest country ever for a long, long time. Why wouldn't we have that here? And oh, by the way, in a bipartisan fashion, coming out of our committee, 35-2 vote, we said we will even put exceptions in there. If it's an emergency situation, the FBI doesn't have to get a warrant. They can do the search. If it's an emergency situation, they can do it. We put exceptions in there. Here's the fundamental question. I raised this the other day. Here's the fundamental question. Of that over 3 million searches in a 2-year time span, how many of those aren't covered by the exceptions we have in our warrant amendment? What's the number? And guess what? We can't get an answer. They won't tell us, which should be concern in and of itself. But if it's a big number, we should be particularly frightened. If they don't follow the exceptions and they're searching Americans, searching your name, your phone number, your email address in this giant database, that should scare us. And if it's a small number, then what's the big deal? You don't need thousands if it's a small number, but we can't get an answer to that question. So the underlying bill has got some changes and reforms that are positive, that are good. But short of having this warrant amendment added to the legislation, we shouldn't pass it. This amendment is critical, particularly when you think about the 278,000 times they abused the system, didn't follow their own rules. And now we say, oh, we got some new rules, they'll follow them now. No, no, no. The real check we have in our system is a separate and equal branch of government signing off on it. That's how we do things in America. And never forget, this is the FBI who's had some other abuses in different areas. This is why we think this warrant requirement is so darn important. And with that, I reserve the balance of our time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of meaningful reform to FISA Section 702 and in strong opposition to a mere fig leaf, or even worse, an expansion of 702. Unfortunately, we will not know which of these paths we are taking until the conclusion of this debate. What I know at this moment is that the base text before us right now is completely inadequate. Although it has some perfectly fine provisions, it does not represent real reform. Some of the proposed amendments that will be coming up today would take us in the wrong direction. And changing the sunset from 5 years to 2 years does absolutely nothing to improve the bill. Ultimately, this legislation should only move forward if it contains an amendment to mandate that the intelligence community obtain a probable cause warrant before they search the 702 database for Americans' private communications. Some of my colleagues appear confused about how 702 collection works and what we mean when supporters of a warrant requirement refer to backdoor searches for U.S. personal information. So let's be clear about what we're talking about. FISA Section 702 permits the intelligence community to sweep up the communication of foreign targets located overseas. When these communications are obtained, they go into what is known as the 702 database, where all the 702 data is housed. If the U.S. government wants to target a U.S. person for foreign surveillance, U.S. person meaning an American or a legal permanent resident, they already can. They do this by getting a warrant under Title I of FISA, a separate and distinct part of FISA from Section 702. The government cannot target Americans under 702 because 702 does not protect the constitutional rights of the targets of the surveillance. Foreigners not located on U.S. soil do not have constitutional rights, so this is not a problem. What is a problem, however, is that massive amounts of Americans' communications are still swept up in 702 searches. If a U.S. person communicates with a foreign target, that American's communications with the target end up in the 702 database too. While we do not know precise numbers, we know that a vast amount of Americans' communications is swept up every year. The intelligence community is not supposed to search the 702 database for U.S. person identifiers like our names, phone numbers, and addresses without cause. Searching for Americans' private communications in the 702 database, communications the government otherwise would not have access to without a warrant, is the constitutional equivalent of conducting a warrantless search. But we know that the government breaks this law all the time. 278,000 times, in fact, at last count in 2021 alone. Officials are supposed to find it reasonably likely that a query will turn up evidence of a crime or foreign intelligence information. But that did not stop them from searching for protesters, politicians, and political donors, to name a few, without proper predicate. Because of these repeated violations, Chairman Jordan and I agree that the only way to preserve Americans' privacy and constitutional rights is to require the intelligence community to obtain a probable cause warrant when they want to search the communications of Americans housed in the 702 database. This is a basic tenet of the Fourth Amendment. Now, Chairman Turner stated incorrectly that the proposed warrant requirement gives constitutional rights to suspected terrorists abroad. Nonsense. The warrant requirement does not change any aspect of surveillance of valid targets under Section 702, nor should it. The problem is that when we surveil the Internet, we sweep up massive amounts of U.S. person information. And the warrant requirement we propose would apply the Fourth Amendment to that information, nothing more, and our Constitution demands nothing less. We have repeatedly heard some of our colleagues tell us that the sky is falling, that a probable cause requirement would end U.S. person searches of the 702 database. But there are no facts to back up these claims. We will be considering an amendment today to add a warrant requirement for U.S. person searches of the 702 database. This essential amendment makes exceptions for victim consent, cybersecurity cases, and exigency, that is, emergencies. Thus, the vast majority of these searches can continue without a warrant. But for the small percentage of searches of American communications that would be affected, the government should have probable cause to search their communications. It is simply unfair to ask the intelligence community to both zealously protect our security while also protecting the constitutional rights of those surveilled. American system of checks and balances exists precisely for cases such as this, where two considerations must coexist at odds with one another. For too long, FISA Section 702 has enabled the surveillance of Americans without adequate safeguards to protect our civil liberties. Americans need Congress to enact these guardrails. And with Section 702 expiring soon, we have a rare opportunity to protect Americans' privacy while giving enforcement the tools they need to keep us safe. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this legislation unless a probable cause warrant is adopted. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend and a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't discount the mounting dangers we face from enemies abroad. But we also cannot discount the dangers we face at home from the very powers that this bill would continue. As has been pointed out, the FBI abused these powers 278,000 times in a single year and turned them against American citizens, fishing for January 6th and Black Lives Matter rioters, probing political donors, and even piercing congressional offices. John Adams believed that the indiscriminate searches by British officials became the first spark of the American Revolution. Having lived under such a tyranny, the founders protected us with the Fourth Amendment. Before authorities can search through our records, they have to get a warrant from an independent judge by showing probable cause to suspect that we've committed a crime. Now, there are many excellent reforms in this bill, and I applaud them. But they largely depend on these agencies policing themselves, and experience warns us that's just not enough. Without a warrant requirement, I fear these powers will once again be turned against our fundamental liberties. And these days, that scares me as much as a terrorist attack. Just imagine how much safer we'd all be if we stationed a soldier in every house. But we have a Third Amendment to protect us against that tyranny, just as we have a Fourth Amendment to protect us against the tyranny of indiscriminate searches. Benjamin Franklin's warning echoes through his age to ours today. Those who can give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Let that not be history's judgment of us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a critical opportunity today to stand up for the civil liberties that are enshrined in our Constitution while also safeguarding our national security. Every single day, the FBI conducts an average of 500 warrantless searches of Americans' private communications, resulting in over 278,000 searches in 1 year alone. The FBI has invaded the privacy of members of Congress, a state court judge who reported civil rights violations by a local police chief, Black Lives Matter protesters, and more. We cannot pass this bill without additional protections like my amendment with Representative Biggs and Nadler and Jordan and Lofgren and Davidson to close the backdoor search loophole. And unfortunately, there are some members of the intelligence community, some members of this body that are circulating information that simply isn't correct. And I need to correct the record right here. Some members have implied that the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board does not support the amendment. To counter that, let me share some quotes from Sharon Bradford Franklin in her personal capacity as chair of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, the independent government agency tasked with ensuring the executive branch conducts national security work in a way that protects our civil liberties and our privacy. Here are her quotes. It is critical that in reauthorizing Section 702, Congress include a warrant requirement for U.S. person queries. Another quote, requiring a warrant for U.S. person queries would neither end U.S. person queries nor undermine the overall value of Section 702. Another quote, outside of the category of, quote, victim queries, the FBI has not been able to identify any cases in which a Section 702 U.S. person query provided unique value in advancing a criminal investigation. In addition, the government has been unable to identify a single criminal prosecution that relied on evidence identified through a U.S. person query. Another quote, the warrant requirement contained in the warrant amendment includes important exceptions that would address the government's concerns about slowing down the process for U.S. person queries. Exceptions are provided for exigent circumstances, consent, cybersecurity, and metadata-only queries. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, in its oversight capacity, has the same access to all the classified intelligence that the agencies cite when they try to scare us into reauthorizing FISA with minimal changes. We have a bipartisan amendment that would fix this problem. We have a responsibility to stand up for civil liberties of our constituents. We cannot pass this bill without requiring intelligence agencies to ensure that Americans' privacy rights are upheld at every turn. I yield back.
Lady yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before yielding to my good friend, I just want to underscore what the gentlelady from Washington just described. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, created by the 9/11 Commission Act of 2007, says that our amendment is consistent with what should happen. Our amendment is consistent with the majority recommendation of that board. This was a board specifically created to protect Americans' liberties, looking at how the intelligence community operates by the 9/11 Commission Act of 2007. And they say this amendment, the majority of that board said this amendment is what needs to happen. With that, I yield to my good friend from New Jersey, member of our committee, 2 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, you just heard the words of Benjamin Franklin from my good friend Tom McClintock. Those who would give up freedom for safety deserve neither. I hope that we aren't marked in history as the generation of Congress that was willing to give up American liberty and freedom. It is what we stood for. It is what we've worked for. It is what the men and women of this country have died for. We owe it to them. It is our most important right as Americans. It is what America is, the United States of America represents. And we were told all this before. We were told in the last renewal of 702, everything was going to be okay. No worries. All the security was there. Nothing to be concerned about. Don't look here. And then we saw what happened. We saw that political campaigns and donors, they were gone after. We saw that members of Congress, were investigated. We saw that journalists were investigated. We saw that individuals who were libertarians or liberals or conservatives were investigated. We saw FBI agents' own co-workers were investigated, and they investigated their ex-girlfriends and others, and just the average man in America, the average man and a woman, was investigated. It was wrong. Millions of times, not dozens, not hundreds, not thousands, but over that time period, millions of times. Millions of illegal queries. I cannot support, I will not support this legislation unless there is a major change in the form of an amendment that would require what we know needs to be done, a search warrant. It's a basic American right. And don't let them scare you. It doesn't mean that we're not going to go after terrorists. It doesn't mean we won't protect the United States of America. And when I finally wrap up here, if this bill is so good the way it's written, why? Why do we exempt members of Congress? You know why? Because they're scared that they may still, at the end of the day, go after us. It's wrong. Rules for thee and not for me. We should not stand for it. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me thank the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee and the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Even in this time of 2024, we need this legislation to protect now one of the most revered civil rights leaders, Dr. Martin Luther King. Yes, we need legislation that would, in fact, protect someone who simply wanted to provide justice to this nation. And he was the subject of COINTELPRO, a horridly distorted investigation of his family, of his belongings, of his extended family members, of his wife, who I think at the time was expecting. This legislation is important to save lives. It is important legislation to ensure that our intelligence community, our law enforcement community can do their job. But it is not legislation that should be utilized to abuse the American people. So I rise today to speak of the concerns on H.R. 7888. It is a bipartisan bill to reauthorize an essential intelligence authority, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, and other FISA provisions before they would expire on April 19th. But in doing so, we find ourselves being subject to the eye of the knife, if you will, in penetrating the personal matters of individuals that have no desire to do harm to this country. As we know all too well, expiration of 702 authorities would deprive our federal government of the necessary insight into precisely the threats Americans expect their government to identify and counter. We understand that. As highlighted and emphasized through federal administration, if we lost 702, we lose vital protections to the United States and its allies from hostile foreign adversaries, including terrorists, proliferators, and spies, and to inform cybersecurity efforts. But we're also acutely aware that 702 is an extremely controversial, warrantless surveillance authority that must not be reauthorized without substantial reform to rein in warrantless surveillance of Americans. We simply cannot do that. Indeed, warrantless surveillance intended for non-American targets located abroad inevitably has resulted in the collection and capture of Americans' communications. And yes, the results of capturing information that safeguards the American people and provides us with a safety net that we can fight for justice, fight for civil rights, and yet be protected. It is no secret that intelligence agencies have turned Section 702 into a domestic spying tool used to perform hundreds of thousands of warrantless backdoor searches for Americans' private phone calls, emails, and text messages. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, we've got a whole new world of technology where you can probe every aspect of our life. Yes, these searches have included shocking abuses, including against civil rights leaders, protesters, members of Congress, 19,000 donors to congressional campaigns, political parties, To protect the American people, we need to maintain the vital collection authority as intended to protect our nation and national security. We must do that while at the same time strengthening its protective guardrails with the most robust set, if you will, of protection that we possibly can. That's why I've joined with several members, including Mr. Klein, to offer the Abouts Amendment, and we will offer that as one of the Judiciary 3. This amendment does something Congress should have done 7 years ago, prohibit the government from resuming Abouts collection, a form of Section 702 that poses unique risks to Americans. Abouts collection is a collection of communications that are neither to nor from an approved target of surveillance. Can you imagine, under Section 702 of the FISA, but merely contain information related to the target? It is unbelievable that we would go after innocent Americans, members of Congress, in the random searching, phishing. I thank the gentleman. The random search and phishing of information that may not be relevant. In the past, Abouts collection focused on collecting communications that include a target's email address or phone address or Twitter handle or something like that. But in theory, Abouts collection could be used to collect emails that merely mention a person who is a target of Section 702 surveillance. I rise today to indicate that we cannot pass this legislation without these vital amendments, and we cannot pass this legislation without the American people believing that when they pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, that they are pledging allegiance to civil liberties, freedom, justice, and equality for all. I rise to support these amendments and, as well, a free nation with democracy and liberty for all. With that, I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the House of Representatives is experiencing a constitutional crisis of conscience. We are actually debating if a warrant should be required for government intelligence agencies to spy on Americans. Frankly, I'm stunned this is even called into question, especially amongst my Republican colleagues. The Constitution is absolutely clear. We as Americans have the right under the Fourth Amendment against unreasonable search and seizures, a right that the FBI has violated in over 278,000 improper searches of Americans and 3.4 million warrantless queries of Americans' private communications. These facts are not up for debate. We know this. They've been caught. And if we do not pass this warrant requirement, especially in light of these facts, the continued victimization of Americans by the FBI through FISA Section 702 will be legitimized. As an Army officer, as a county judge, now as a member of Congress for 40 years, I have been under oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies. I will do so today. On behalf of over 800,000 of my constituents in Texas District 3, get a warrant. I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to Judiciary Committee member and friend from the great state of Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate today is really focused on whether or not the FBI should be required to obtain a warrant to access U.S. person data. As the quote we're all familiar with, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I want to remind my colleagues of the debate on the previous FISA reauthorization bill in the 115th Congress. Many of my current and former colleagues stood behind this very podium and swore up and down that the FISA Amendments Act of 2017 would provide necessary protections for U.S. person information while keeping our country safe. Yet since the bill became law, there were nearly 3 million U.S. person queries just in 2021. in hundreds of incomplete FISA applications and the use of Section 702 to query data on members of Congress, protesters, and even FBI janitors. It appears to me that the factor that continues to fall by the wayside in all of the debates that are happening is that human nature plays a part. Mr. Speaker, that's the dilemma that we find ourselves in. We didn't pick this. This is where we ended up. Do we allow human nature to take its course and permit the FBI to continue to abuse U.S. person data, which the Department of Justice, IG, Special Counsel Durham, the FISA court, and numerous independent review bodies have found to be negligent, inappropriate, and a threat to American privacy? Or do we rein in the FBI and fight for our Fourth Amendment rights? I choose to side with the latter and support the amendments that limit rather than expand the FBI's ability to query U.S. person data. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the suggestion has been made that the warrant requirement is extreme. Let's be clear. There's nothing extreme about this idea. Over a decade ago, a group of intelligence experts convened by President Obama unanimously recommended requiring a warrant for U.S. person queries of Section 702 data. That group included Michael Morrell, former acting director of the CIA, and Richard Clarke, former chief counterterrorism advisor to President George W. Bush. These top national security officials understood that we can protect national security while respecting the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans. The House of Representatives has twice passed amendments with a warrant requirement for backdoor searches by large bipartisan majorities. Some of my colleagues who spoke against this amendment today, including former Speaker Pelosi, have voted more than once for this reform. Over 75% of Americans support this reform. Calling something extreme doesn't make it extreme. This is an idea that's been in the mainstream for over a decade. I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Close if we got.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Jordan and I agree on very little. But we are united in our belief that adding a warrant requirement to Section 702 is absolutely necessary before we consider supporting reauthorization of these authorities. I will reserve judgment on final passage of this bill until we see what amendments pass. But I urge members to join us in supporting real reform. And real reform means, at the minimum, the warrant requirement to give effect to Americans' constitutional rights. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the ranking member is right. The vote was 35-2 on a major piece of legislation. That doesn't happen a whole lot, I should say, in our committee. So I want to thank our committee. I want to thank the members on the Republican side who worked so hard over the last year putting this legislation together. We had three individuals in particular, Ms. Lee, Mr. Biggs, Mr. McClintock, who served on a task force focused on trying to get this right. I think they've got a good product if, as the ranking member just said, the warrant amendment is actually adopted into the base text. I also want to thank the Democrats who worked so hard and their staff working with our good staff on putting this together. Ranking Member Nadler, Ms. Jayapal, and several others working together to defend a fundamental principle. The Judiciary Committee is supposed to be that. I mean, we're all supposed to do this, but where it's really focused is the Judiciary Committee is supposed to be that committee that is determined to make sure Americans' liberties are protected. And I think the staff and the members have worked hard to put together a product that will do that if, in fact, this amendment gets added here in a few minutes. When the folks who started this country came together, they had it right when they created separate and equal branches of government. The checks and balances in our system are good. They protect our rights, our liberties, key principles. And we should adhere to that. As I said earlier, it served us well. This amendment follows that fundamental principle. So I hope we adopt it. And then if we adopt it, I hope we adopt the legislation. With that, I yield back our time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, an amendment in the nature of substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-27 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended is in order except those printed in House Report 118-46. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To hear the administration tell it having to get a warrant is the end of the world. Well, guess what? In literally any other context in which law enforcement or intelligence agencies want to read an American's communications, they have to get a warrant. That's been the rule for over 200 years, and for 46 years, the government has had to get a FISA Title I order to read Americans' communications in a foreign intelligence investigation. These are investigations in which Americans are suspected of terrorism, espionage, cybercrimes, you name it. Somehow, a warrant or Title I requirement is completely consistent with national security in those high-stake cases, yet the administration and those who oppose to this amendment allege that it will plunge us into a dystopian nightmare if we apply this same basic long-standing protection to Section 702 queries, where the American often isn't even suspected of any wrongdoing at the time of the query. I don't buy it, and neither should you. Over a decade ago, as my friend Mr. Nadler said just a moment ago, a group of intelligence experts unanimously recommended requiring a warrant for U.S. person queries of Section 702 data. That group included Michael Morrell, former acting director of the CIA, and Richard A. Clarke, former chief counterterrorism advisor to President George W. Bush. Bipartisan, recommended the same thing that we have in our warrant today. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment by Mr. Biggs. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Biggs. He participated in the working group that we had that was both the joint between the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee that drafted and put together this underlying bill, including working directly with the Speaker's office, and the second working group that drafted the specific bill that's the underlying bill. We disagree about his amendment, though, which is why we're here on the debate. This amendment is not about Americans' inboxes and outboxes. This is not about Americans' data. This amendment is about Hezbollah's data, Hamas's data, and the Communist Chinese Party data. You don't have to take my word for it. Just pick up this amendment. Read the front of the amendment. This amendment says that you need to get a warrant to go into data collected by 702. 702 data, which we all agree. Everybody on this floor agrees 702 data is the collection of foreigners abroad. That's Hamas, Hezbollah, Communist Chinese Party, Al-Qaeda. What they want is a warrant to search the inbox and outbox of Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, and the Communist Chinese Party when they are communicating with people in the United States. This is dangerous. It will make us go blind, and it will absolutely increase their recruitment of people inside the United States, not even American citizens, to do terrorist attacks, recruit for espionage, and to harm Americans. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Co-sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Nadler.
1 minute. Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Support of this absolutely essential amendment. In 2021, the intelligence community conducted over 278,000 inappropriate searches for Americans' private communications. It broke the law more than 278,000 times. Mr. Biggs and I do not agree on much, but we agree that the status quo is unacceptable. Without a probable cause warrant requirement, it is clear that the intelligence community will go on breaking the law and violating Americans' rights in the process. As I have said again and again, if the government wants to peruse the private communications of Americans, they can go to Title I of FISA. Section 702 has fewer privacy protections because it is meant for foreigners located overseas, people who do not have constitutional rights. Any Americans' data we collect under 702 is collected at a standard far below the Fourth Amendment, and that should not be. I strongly support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
And yields back. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Connecticut, ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Humps.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Chair, and I thank both the Judiciary Committees and the Intelligence Committee for this important debate. I sat here and listened to the Judiciary Committee's support for the Warren Amendment, and the entire argument is constructed on the foundation of the notion that U.S. person queries violate the Constitution, the Fourth Amendment. That's the argument. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm tempted to defer to my good friends on the Judiciary Committee, but I'm likely to defer more immediately to the people who are charged to defend our constitutional rights in the federal courts. And I'm going to quote from the PCLOB report here, a statement made by the Fisk Court in April of 2022. Quote, all 3 United States Circuit Courts of Appeals to consider the issue, that's the 2nd, the 9th, and the 10th Circuits, have held that the incidental collection of a U.S. person's communications under Section 702 does not require a warrant and is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment. I'm not a lawyer, but I am inclined to defer to 3 separate circuits. So my friends on Judiciary point to the PCLOB. The gentlelady from Washington quoted the chair of the PCLOB. She did it right. She was quoting the chair of the PCLOB on her personal capacity. The PCLOB had profound misgivings with their own warrant requirement, which was far narrower than the Biggs Amendment warrant requirement. The 2 Republican members of the PCLOB wrote a rebuttal of the PCLOB's proposal. And I'll just quote this. The Republican members, I would suggest that I'm always amazed by the chairman of Judiciary's alignment with his party. The Republicans said Fisk pre-approval would most negatively impact the most important and urgent queries, the ones that show a connection between foreign targets and U.S. persons, the ones that the FBI must review as quickly as possible. Please vote against the Biggs Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. So let's just consider that the Second Circuit has said that a Fourth Amendment warrant is appropriate. And they haven't finished concluding it, so I don't know where Mr. Himes is going to just keep riding off on that, but the Second Circuit is still considering that. But let's take a look at something else. The U.S. person query is designed to search for communications between Americans and foreigners who happen to be U.S. persons' targets. That's what we're hearing. So Mr. Turner says the law already requires a warrant to surveil an American. When he says surveil, what he's talking about is collecting all of an American's communications. And in that case, under Title I, a warrant is required. But a U.S. person query is an attempt to access some of an American's communications, namely those that are incidentally collected under Section 02, and to do so without a warrant. They can do it right now without a warrant. That's the distinction that we're getting at, and that with that, I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
What Mr. Biggs just said is a great description. If this amendment passes, Communist China, the Communist Party in China, Hezbollah, and Hamas get to fully recruit in the United States free, because we would have to get a warrant to monitor them, not to monitor Americans. Already the Constitution requires that you have to have a warrant, and you have to go to court for a warrant. because their constitutional rights are protected since the birth of this nation. Americans' inboxes and outboxes are protected by a constitutional right for a warrant. The inbox and outbox of Hezbollah, Hamas, the Communist Chinese Party are not. If they are recruiting into the United States and people are communicating back with them, that is not protected speech. If you send a thanks for the bomb-making classes email to the head of Hamas, that shouldn't take a warrant for us to see because we need to protect Americans. Now, inside the United States, everybody's communications are protected. The Constitution is sound, and since the birth of this nation, we have fought to ensure that. But I'll tell you what, it's the definition of the swamp when you stand on this floor and say you're going to give the American people something they already have. They have protections of their communications. They don't have the protection to be able to talk to Hamas and Hezbollah and Communist Chinese Party and say that they're going to be recruited to be a terrorist, to do espionage, or to be a spy. That's what we're talking about. There should not be a warrant for those types of communications. We wouldn't be able to see them. We would go blind. Our nation would be unsafe. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
How much time do I have left?
The gentleman has a minute and a half remaining.
I yield a minute to the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I think the gentleman, I'm just going to point out my good friend from Ohio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to point out my good friend from Ohio says that we're searching foreigners in this database. Well, if you're just searching foreigners, why do we have this distinction called U.S. person queries? If you're just searching the bad guys, that's one thing, but you're not, or you wouldn't have violated U.S. person queries 278,000 times. So that's the fundamental distinction. You can search all the bad guys you want. That's what we want. Do surveillance on them. They're in the database. You want to search more about them in the database, go do it. But you want to search an American. Their name, their phone number, their email address, you got to get a warrant. That's all this does. We shouldn't make it too complicated. That's all this does. It's Mr. Hines just used the term U.S. person queries. That's not a foreigner. That's someone here in the United States who's a person, and they're being searched. And all we're saying is, and you're going to do that, go get a warrant from a separate and equal branch of government. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
And I want to just dovetail on that because my friend from the Intelligence Committee keeps talking about we aren't going to be able to look at Hamas or any of these nefarious actors. That's simply inaccurate. The administration cites multiple examples where using Section 702 to monitor foreign targets has provided critical intelligence. But when it comes to warrantless searches for Americans, they can't provide any examples of where they've provided any useful information. And yet they want to continue to look at U.S. persons' information without a warrant. I urge support of my amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio?
He's too late.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. The amendment that I've put forward here requires the FBI to report to Congress on a quarterly basis rather than an annual basis the number of U.S. person queries conducted. We simply want to have more information. We simply want to have the ability to look at this and understand whether the FBI is actually conducting these the proper way. We think quarterly is more efficient, more effective. And by the way, we extended it, doesn't kick in for a year. The FBI was complaining it was too burdensome. The FBI couldn't get this done. They've got a $200 million new headquarters, but they couldn't figure out how to get this done. So we gave them a year. Great. So you got a year, quarterly reporting. but it also grants the chairs and ranking members of the committees on Judiciary and Intel in the House and the Senate the ability to go to the FISC. Now, the problem is the chairman's going to say they oppose this. I know this because they put out their propaganda last night saying that, quote, this amendment would result in an unprecedented expansion of access to details on the most sensitive and highly classified current intelligence operations being undertaken by the government to numerous congressional staff, which raises significant counterintelligence concerns. We can't have congressional staff in the FISC. No, 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 that would be terrible. We don't want to have Article 1 be able to go over and get in front of the FISC and be able to see what's happening to protect the American citizens. We would rather the intel community, in all of its infinite wisdom, be able to make all of the determinations about the security and safety of the American people. And by the way, we have all the provisions in the language to say that it's up to the intel world and the FBI and all the security people to set the circumstances and all of the requirements under what the congressional staff would have to have in terms of clearances. But to say that we can't have congressional staff be able to observe the FISC, to be able to understand what is happening there, and be able to come back here so Congress can know what is happening to protect the American people is facially absurd. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentleman's correct. The Intelligence Committee does oppose this bill, this amendment, but we oppose this because there was a working group that was put together by the Speaker. It had 2 representatives of the Judiciary, 2 representatives of the Intelligence Committee, 2 representatives appointed by the leadership, and a chair, Mario Diaz-Balart. Every person in that working group opposed this amendment. Now, the underlying bill already includes a provision of a requirement that the FISA court now create transcripts and that those transcripts be transmitted to the congressional committees of jurisdiction, which include Judiciary and Intelligence. We'll already know what's happening. The difference is whether or not you pull up a seat and you eat popcorn while you're watching the court. But I want to go back to the Biggs Amendment here for a second, because the Biggs Jayapal Amendment is really what's dominating this whole debate. And this amendment, if you just read the front page of it, clearly says that it is about the intelligence that's gathered from foreigners abroad. This is not about Americans' data. America's data are safe, constitutionally protected. They're inbox and outbox. No amendment on this floor can change the Constitution. No statute on this floor can change the Constitution. The statute that we're talking about is 702, which is the spying on foreigners abroad. Now, everybody in this House is pissed at the FBI and is pissed about the abuses that have occurred. Punish the FBI. Pass this underlying bill. Do not pass the Biggs Amendment and cause us to go blind and make America less safe. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Pretty much the entirety of the debate that has been had down here has been focused on the warrant requirement, right? The reason that we've got this particular amendment here before us right now is simply to just be able to have more reporting and more understanding of what's happening in the FISC. But there is always constant resistance by the intelligence community to looking under the hood, because it is always the case that they want to use the fear. Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged against danger, real or pretended, from abroad. James Madison to Thomas Jefferson, May 13th, 1798. The fact is, the founders knew precisely what would occur. That the government, in the quest to have power in the name of stopping foreign adversaries, and in the name of fear, would use that power against our own citizens. That's what's occurring. That's what's happening. And we have before us real and obvious abuses, 278,000 of those abuses going after the American people. And our response is a bunch of technical stuff that chases the actual core problem. Our friends don't want to get into peeling back the hood of what's happening in the intel community, because our friends are the intel community. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
In conclusion, as we look at this debate and this bill, which is about spying on foreigners abroad, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Chinese Communist Party, Giving them constitutional protections is unprecedented. There's no court that has ever done it. There's been no bill that has passed this House that gives constitutional protections to foreigners abroad. Americans' constitutional rights are preserved in the Constitution. This amendment undermines our security by giving Americans constitutional rights here in the United States to foreign adversaries. Vote no on the Biggs Amendment. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
To be clear, this amendment is about reporting requirements. But on the point of the warrant, after the rampant abuses by the federal government, it is clear that we should have a warrant requirement under 702 to protect Americans from the querying of incidental communication collected en masse under a broad grant of power to target foreign entities. That's the truth. This is the FBI that targeted Catholics, put pro-life progressive activists in jail, and targeted President Trump. The proponents give up the game, saying openly the need to target U.S. persons right here on the floor. The only thing that makes this warrantless collection of millions of Americans' international communications lawful, quote unquote, is the government's certification that it is targeting foreigners and only foreigners. If the government changes its mind and wants to go after an American, it should have to go back and get the warrant that it skipped on the front end. This is not that hard. By the way, the argument that we would need 2,000 judges to filter through warrant requirements begs the question, which is it? The proponents' own data indicate they will only get a hit for 1% to 2% via metadata. Some of those will have exceptions under our warrant amendment that we offer, so it would probably be less than 1%. So the 2,000 judges argument is just straight up false. It's just not that hard. If you want to go after an American, if you want to look at their information, get a warrant. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask for recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Klein of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, and a member opposed each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of these vital reforms that are being offered to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, especially Section 702. While H.R. 7888 in its current form includes many provisions that the Judiciary and Intel committees agree on, it falls short of preventing numerous documented abuses by our government against U.S. citizens. Congress must act to protect Americans' privacy and civil rights. To do that, any legislation that reauthorizes FISA Section 702 must also include a warrant requirement for searches of Americans' communications collected, an end to the law enforcement and intelligence agencies' purchases of Americans' location data and other sensitive information, the reporting requirements offered by Congressman Roy, and my amendment, which would permanently end the practice of abouts collection, which has long been a controversial subject. On top of collecting communications to or from the selector of an intelligence target, upstream collection of communications from companies that offer internet cables that interconnect with ISP's local networks has included the collection of communications about the selector. But FISA court opinions from 2011, since declassified, has shown a light on this type of collection and noted that it resulted in the collections of, quote, tens of thousands of wholly domestic communications each year, unquote, by the NSA due to what was described as then technical limitations in the implementation of about collection. This practice has been halted by the FBI, but they have acknowledged that they maintain the right to initiate this upon notification back to Congress. This must be codified in order to stop this type of abuse from occurring, and so my amendment would do that. With that, I would like to offer 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for
the gentleman,
2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman very much, and I ask unanimous consent to address the House. I'm delighted to be able to work with the gentleman from Virginia on what I think is crucial to codify. Because as you said, the FBI had stopped doing it, but here we are again. So it is my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member on the Intelligence Committee.
I thank the gentlelady and the gentleman from Virginia. I support this amendment and will be recommending a yes vote on this amendment to the minority caucus. And I am surprised the gentleman from Virginia in asking for a minute, because I think it's very important that this chamber not believe that this is an argument between civil rights and denigrating civil rights.
Does the gentleman from Virginia yield to the gentleman? For
1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Texas may not yield time.
Virginia, Mr. Hines.
The gentleman from Virginia controls the time.
If the gentlelady will yield back, I will yield a minute to the gentleman from Connecticut.
All right, he had yielded to me, but I'll be happy to yield back so that you can get your time.
I yield a minute to the gentleman from Connecticut.
Virginia is recognized.
Yield a minute to the gentleman from Connecticut.
As for 1 minute.
I thank the chair and my friends. Again, I think I surprised the gentleman from Virginia in saying that I will recommend a yes vote on this amendment, because I think it's very, very important that this not become a debate between civil rights and perhaps those who are less concerned about civil rights. I will yield to no one on my defense of the civil rights incorporated in our Bill of Rights. I'm the ranking member of Intelligence. I spend my days marinating in the depredations that the Chinese would visit upon us, but I voted against the TikTok ban because I felt it had, and courts have held that it has, First Amendment equities at stake. This amendment is a good one. About collection, first of all, is not undertaken today by the IC, and it is too technically difficult and too risky. There is too much of a risk that communications that are not about a target to an American get swept up in this about collection. So I will be adamant and stand with the 2nd, 9th, and 10th Circuits in saying that the Biggs Amendment is not addressing constitutional issues, but this is an important amendment that I will support, and I thank the gentleman and the gentlelady from Texas.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia.
And with that, I'm happy to yield additional time to the gentlelady from Texas, however much time she may consume.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Well, let me thank the gentleman from Virginia, the home of my alma mater, the University of Virginia School of Law, and the gentleman from Connecticut, also the home of my alma mater. To be able to find collegiality in a very important question for the American people is very much a statement that should be made. This amendment does something Congress should have done 7 years ago, as I've indicated, prohibiting the government from resuming abouts collection, a form of Section 702 surveillance that poses a unique risk to Americans. And it's also very disturbing, Mr. Chairman, because most Americans would scratch their heads, why is this relevant to the immediate investigation? Abouts collections is a collection of communications that are neither to nor from an approved target of surveillance under 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, but merely contain information relating to that target. And that means that you become a target because it happened to be sitting around you. It happened to be going to you or from you. In the past, abouts collections focused on collecting communications that include a target's email or phone address or Twitter handle or something like that. But in theory, an abouts collection could be used to collect emails that merely mention a person who is a target of a surveillance 702 surveillance. And I think that it is extremely important to recognize merely mentions that individual, and you could have your materials, your private information wrapped up in a roundup, if you will, a lassoing of the extended material that's scattered around you, and you could be subject to some kind of haul, if you will, hauling in data about you. So nothing in the text or legislative history of 702 indicates that this type of surveillance is authorized. That's why I think this amendment with Mr. Klein is extremely important. Because it shows that we're working together. Is the time expired?
The gentleman from Virginia's time has expired.
Thank you very much.
For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition because the National Security Agency stopped abouts collection in 2017 because it was fraught with peril. This amendment's not necessary because the intelligence community's not doing this and hasn't been doing it since 2017. But I do want to go back to and assist somewhat in the debate of some of the terms that are occurring with respect to the Biggs-Jayapal amendment. The Biggs-Jayapal amendment, as I indicated, would make us go blind. It would make it so that we can't read the inboxes and outboxes of foreigners abroad who are al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Communist Chinese Party. The reason why I say that is because 702, which is the underlying bill here that is being reauthorized, is tailored only to the adversaries and those who want to do us harm. It's national security threats. It is our adversaries. Their inbox and their outbox is not protected. If you are a terrorist or if you are committing espionage or you're a spy and you're communicating with the Chinese Communist Party or Hezbollah or Hamas or al-Qaeda, right now, because we're spying on them, we can read those communications. Americans want us to read those communications because it's how we keep America safe. At 9/11, we had terrorists inside the United States. Those were, for all intents and purposes, as people are saying in this debate, they were Americans. They weren't American citizens, but under this law, they were Americans and they had protection under the Constitution. But their communications to al-Qaeda were not protected. And at that time, we weren't looking. We were not looking, we were blind, and we weren't not listening. Now we're looking. And if somebody's in this country and they're a terrorist or they're a spy for the Communist Chinese Party, we are looking at the Communist Chinese Party and al-Qaeda. And in reading those, we can take those to a court and get a warrant and then keep America safe for people that are here that intend to do us harm. This would shut that off. It would make us be blind with respect to those communications. Vote no on the Biggs-Jayapal amendment. Vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Number 4, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to let my fellow Americans know something that might shock them. We all know that fentanyl is a scourge on our country. We all know that fentanyl is produced by the Mexican drug cartels. We all know that the precursor chemicals for fentanyl come from Chinese companies. What you might not know is that we can't even get a FISA warrant to stop that, to collect intelligence on those production companies, on those attorneys, on those bankers, on those facilitators that help the cartels murder and poison tens of thousands of Americans every single year. That's a pretty shocking statement. I bet you didn't know that. Well, you should know that. You know, FISA, despite all of the misinformation put out about it, is actually very narrowly tailored. It only allows you to get a warrant on a foreigner in a foreign land if it's related to foreign intelligence, if it's related to counter weapons of mass destruction, or if it's related to counterterrorism. Nowhere in there is counter narcotics, the thing that's actually killing Americans today and every single day. My amendment would simply upgrade that categorization to ensure that we can collect intelligence on the Chinese precursor being shipped into Mexico and into our own country so that we can actually stop the death of Americans. It's a very narrowly tailored amendment. It's not about all drug traffickers. It does not swoop in a bunch of Americans. It is about international drug traffickers trafficking illicit synthetics that are killing people. It's a very simple amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment. It is one of the biggest things that I've learned as my role as chairman on the cartel task force, that we actually are blind to the supply chains of fentanyl. To be against this amendment is to say we should give the cartels and China more Fourth Amendment rights and more First Amendment rights than we have. That's what it would mean in practice. And I hope that anyone who votes against this amendment, I hope you stop talking about the cartels being a problem. Because if we're not even allowed to collect intelligence on the cartels, then what are we doing? What are we doing? At this point, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my friend, Representative Houlihan.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Crenshaw, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I also rise in support of this important amendment that will help our intelligence community, strengthen our southern border, and will save American lives. This amendment will fully enlist our country's intelligence agencies in the fight against foreign drug traffickers. Foreign-made fentanyl is killing tens of thousands of Americans every year, and so it is, of course, critical that we start treating this danger as the very serious national threat that it is. So my legislation, which is called the Enhancing Intelligence Collection on Foreign Drug Traffickers Act, is now the bipartisan amendment that is led by myself and Mr. Crenshaw, and this would allow our intelligence community to counter drug cartels as they attempt to bring deadly fentanyl to our shores. Today, the intelligence community can only leverage Section 702 against counter-narcotics targets under one of the existing certifications, none of which are focused currently on drug trafficking. So this amendment would close that gap without expanding domestic law enforcement's abilities to police drug dealers in order to keep fentanyl from ever reaching the United States. So I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation, to pass the counter-narcotics amendment led by myself and Mr. Crenshaw, and to reject any amendment that would put our national security at risk. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
I just want to say to those opposed to the underlying bill, I understand. We're going to have to agree to disagree. But I cannot imagine being opposed to this amendment, even if you vote against the overall bill. I thought we all agreed that the cartels are one of our #1 threats. They're killing tens of thousands of Americans every year by poisoning them with fentanyl. We need to know how they're doing it. We need to know who their suppliers are. We need to know who's laundering their money. We can't know that within our current law. All we have to do is allow ourselves to do it. This is one of the most important things that I think our constituents actually care about. If we're going to act like we have sympathy for sons and daughters who have been killed from an overdose of fentanyl, then we actually have to take action on it. I got to say, too, that the warrant amendment would kill our ability to do this. Remember, the whole point of drug trafficking is to get it in the United States, y'all. The whole point of terrorism is to conduct a terrorist attack here in the United States. When you're collecting intelligence on foreigners, the only way they do those things is to communicate with entities inside the United States. To demand a secondary warrant just to search that communication kills our ability to connect those dots. And I yield back.
I seek recognition.
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Crenshaw Amendment would expand FISA's definition of foreign intelligence to encompass international drug crimes. FISA is a counterintelligence and counterterrorism tool. Its limitation to that purpose and the clear distinction between foreign intelligence and crime are essential to preserving fundamental liberties of Americans under our constitutional system. It is the essential design of the law, spying abroad, criminal justice at home. Simply redefining foreign intelligence to include ordinary crime eviscerates the entire distinction on which the design of the FISA law rests. And the Intelligence Committee proponents of this amendment fail even to explain to us why this blurred definition is needed. They assert it, but they don't explain it. After all, the DNI's FISA Section 702 fact sheet lists the government's use of Section 702 to learn about our adversaries' plans to smuggle fentanyl into the United States as the #1 successful use of existing Section 702. If Section 702 already allows us to go after fentanyl, why do we need to change and blur the critical definition of foreign intelligence? What is the purpose of doing so? What comes next? I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
To the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina, and I would just note that I certainly appreciate the intent of my friend and colleague from Texas. Obviously, we want to go after cartels. We want to make sure we can stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities that are killing and ravaging Texans and Americans across our country. The problem here is it's unnecessary. They can go certify right now. They can go right now and go certify a whole nother class. You don't need this law to do that. That's the important part. You don't need this amendment, and you don't need to risk expanding it. But here's my real problem. Just today, we have information where we had a terrorist on an Afghan watch list who was released into San Antonio, Texas. ICE just walked away from it, and now we have somebody on the terrorist watch list sitting in San Antonio, Texas. So I'm supposed to say I want to grant more power to the intelligence community, more power to the government that is releasing terrorists as we speak onto the streets of Texas. It defies any kind of logic. They have the tools to do what they need to go after fentanyl without expanding FISA, which is being abused against Americans. And by the way, you need the warrant requirement in order to protect against expansion of FISA. I yield back.
Once time has expired, gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Everyone agrees that the fentanyl crisis is a terrible and serious public health and crime issue. But a mass, warrantless surveillance tool created by word games is not the answer. It's dangerous. Indeed, the willingness and desire of some to create exactly that points back to the reasons that Congress must impose a warrant requirement to deter the abuse of the Section 702 Foreign Intelligence Database collected to surveil foreigners abroad to permit backdoor searches against Americans. That is the issue. Oppose the Crenshaw Amendment and support the Biggs Amendment to make them get a warrant. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose?
Chair.
Texas, rise.
Rise to request the ayes and nays.
A recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote.
Recorded, yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed.
Supporting cartels. It's going to be interesting.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such times I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Yes. All right. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment to permit the use of 702 information to vet foreign nationals entering the United States. This amendment enables the thorough vetting of all foreigners being processed for travel into the United States, whether that's a foreign national applying for a visa, applying for legal immigration, or crossing illegally our southern border. This is what I think a lot of Americans probably don't realize. Currently, Section 702 has only been authorized to collect information to support some Department of Homeland Security efforts to screen and vet foreign persons applying for travel or immigration to the United States. This amendment will enhance the vetting of all foreigners who come here. If national security concerns are found through this vetting, these results will be provided to the Department of Homeland Security, the State Department, and the Department of Defense to ensure the federal government is making the most informed decision before we allow foreign nationals admission. Mr. Speaker, we are 3 years into the worst crisis at the southern border in the history of the United States. And last year, Customs and Border Protection recorded 2.5 million encounters with people attempting to cross the United States from Mexico. Alarmingly, over the last 2 years, CBP has apprehended more than 70,000 special interest aliens, people from countries identified as having conditions that promote or protect terrorism. Mr. Speaker, the FBI director is ringing the alarm bells with the over 300 people on the terrorist watch list that are now somewhere in America, compared to just 12 under the last administration. This population includes 538 aliens from Syria, 659 aliens from Iran, 2 state sponsors of terrorism, I might add, in addition to 139 from Yemen, which right now houses the Houthis, and over 1,600 from Pakistan. We just saw ISIS-K attack Moscow. We just seen 6 plots stopped in Europe. And I fear that we are about to suffer another attack like San Bernardino, like Pulse nightclub, or God forbid, another 9/11. And equally concerning, the fastest growing group entering through our southern border is now from China, our #1 adversary. Over 24,000 Chinese nationals have been apprehended at the southern border just in the last year. Of the 1.3 million illegal immigrants in the United States with deportation orders, over 100,000 are Chinese nationals. The American people expect us to use every tool we legally can, every intelligence piece of equipment, every database that we can to protect them against foreigners who would mean us harm. Mr. Speaker, we have these tools. We have reformed the abuses of these tools, and we have to allow our national security professionals to have the best information possible to keep Americans safe. We can't wait until there's another attack and then throw up our hands in this body and say, why didn't we stop it? I am astounded, frankly, that any Republican would oppose this amendment after we have been here time and time again saying we have to protect our border, we have to protect Americans, and if you want to come to the United States, fine, you need to do so legally, but you know what? We're going to look into your background. We're going to make sure you're not a terrorist. We're going to make sure you're not a Chinese national spy that means to do us harm. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this and use every tool we can to keep Americans safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Now they want to expand it. This is the second amendment in a row where they're going to expand FISA. Can't have a warrant for the existing program. No, can't. This giant haystack of information can't have a warrant when you go search American citizens there. But now they want to expand it and tell us you still can't have a warrant. Holy cow. Pretty soon this is going to be everybody gets to get searched for any darn reason they want. That's not how it works in America, at least not how it's supposed to work. The Third Amendment is going to expand it too. We spent all morning talking about the warrant requirement, which should be so obvious, and they want to expand it. Now, look, I understand we got a border problem. Holy cow, do we understand that? And I may not agree with my Democrat colleagues on how to fix it. In fact, I know I don't. But this, expanding FISA, I mean, you've got to be kidding me. This amendment authorizes surveillance of a whole new category of individuals. We should absolutely vet foreigners who seek to enter the United States, whether legally or illegally, but Congress should not expand FISA or Section 702 beyond its current scope of authorities. I mean, this whole year we've been focused on our committee on limiting FISA, reining it in so that we still can do what we need to be done, look after bad guys, look at bad guys, but not infringe on Americans' liberties, and this just expands it. That's not what the purpose of this bill is. We should address the border problem. Holy cow, our committee spent a boatload of time on it, and that's an issue where unfortunately we didn't get a 35-2 vote on H.R. 2, which was a good piece of legislation. But this is going to sweep up so many more Americans where the FBI 278,000 times, not illegally, but didn't follow their own rules when they queried the database. But now they got even more. Holy cow, this is the wrong way to go. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. And yes, I agree with Chairman Jordan on an immigration amendment because this is an expansion of the government's ability to surveil. And we have this opportunity right here in Congress today to add critical safeguards, not expand the government's use of this surveillance authority. This inexcusable expansion of FISA will further increase warrantless surveillance, and it is at the expense of a whole slew of innocent immigrants. People seeking to come to this country are not monolithic communities cut off from Americans. Many of them are close family members of U.S. citizens seeking reunification through family sponsorship or just a simple visit. Many others are sponsored by U.S. employers. There is already ample vetting of immigrants. Just look at refugees, who are the most vetted group of people who come to this country. It takes years of vetting through multiple agencies, including the FBI, the National Counterterrorism Center, and other agencies. This amendment is only going to make visa processing backlogs worse. It will further delay American businesses from getting the workers we need to maintain our competitiveness and our ability to attract the best and the brightest. And it could harm local economies that rely on tourism, as delays in processing travel visas deter people from choosing to travel to America. We should not be expanding FISA. We should be creating safeguards to protect foundational civil liberties rights. Now, earlier, one of my colleagues claimed that not a single federal court has identified a Fourth Amendment issue with U.S. person queries. Mr. Chairman, that is false. That is false. In 2019, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit found Fourth Amendment concerns with U.S. person queries, and that issue is still being debated. We are talking about an average of 500 warrantless searches of Americans' private communications every single day. And don't take it from me. Here's a quote from Travis LeBlanc, a Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board member. Here's the quote. Although Section 702 is touted as a foreign intelligence tool,
Gentlelady is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Although Section 702 is touted as a foreign intelligence tool, it is apparent that a key feature is domestic intelligence and criminal law enforcement. For example, DOJ reported that the FBI has queried over 19,000 donors to a congressional campaign. The FBI has also run numerous improper queries of social advocates, religious community leaders, and even individuals who provide tips or who are victims of crime. 5 million warrantless searches by the FBI of Americans' private communications is 5 million too many. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
I would just close our time by saying, Mr. Chair, every time you expand FISA, you underscore the need for a warrant. The bigger and bigger this database gets, the more U.S. persons are going to be searched. You underscore the need for a warrant, which we've spent the whole morning debating. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Mr. Chair, I find it astounding the leader of the Progressive Caucus, Ms. Jayapal, and Mr. Jordan agree on these issues, but I yield my time to Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had members stand and say that they're for vetting foreigners who want to come into the United States. I assume we should vet them for whether or not they have ties to terrorist groups and organizations. Perhaps we should just ask them, because I'm sure they'll tell us the truth. But they won't, which is why we have 702. 702 collects foreigners abroad, terrorist groups and organizations. What this amendment does is it allows us to search Hamas on these individuals who want to come in to the United States to find out if they're affiliated with Hamas, because they're not just going to tell us. If you're for vetting, looking at terrorist groups and organizations to see if they have ties to people who are trying to come into the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Purpose, does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
For the yeas and nays.
Does the gentlelady ask for a recorded vote?
Excuse me, I do.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed.
There you go.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-456. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Turner of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. There is a skiff off of the House floor to provide additional information to members that I'm not able to present here. This amendment is to correct a technical issue that was found by the FISA court with respect to critical intelligence and a technological issue in which there was a gap. Again, 702 is about collecting data and information on foreigners abroad. You have to be both. You have to be a foreigner and you have to be abroad. You can't be a foreigner in the United States and you can't be an American abroad. Foreigners abroad. So there have been people who have been saying on this amendment that this is about collecting at your local Starbucks, this is about collecting at your local McDonald's. It is not. It is about foreigners abroad. And I just want to end with this. With respect to the Biggs Jayapal amendment, this important surveillance tool of foreigners abroad is limited to just foreigners abroad and individuals who are in the United States who are being recruited by terrorist groups and organizations, and the Communist Chinese parties communicate with them, and their communications end up in the inboxes of the Communist Chinese Party and Hezbollah and Hamas and Al-Qaeda. If we're reading the inbox of Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, and Hamas and the Chinese Communist Party, and there's an email in there from somebody located in the United States because they're being recruited either to do espionage or because of being recruited for terrorism, you want your government to read that. Now, our constitutional protections, which we dearly uphold here and everybody is committed to, is that no American shall have their inbox, their outbox, their electronic communications, their data spied on by their government. Our constitutional protections require that there be a warrant, and no one should stand in this well and pretend that they do not. Constitutional protections for American communications within their data. But if you're a person located in the United States and you are communicating with Al-Qaeda, Hamas, and the Chinese Communist Party, in this limited group of people that we collect under 702, that can pose a threat to this country. And this amendment, if it passes, the Biggs Jayapal amendment passes, we will go dark. We will no longer see solicitations from the Communist Chinese Party to students in the United States to go and spy for them. We will no longer see Al-Qaeda recruiting people in the United States to undertake terrorist attacks. We will no longer see people who are sympathetic with Hamas, who contact Hamas and say, how can I perpetrate a terrorist attack in the United States? It is imperative that the Biggs Jayapal amendment fail, and that this underlying bill, which punishes the FBI but protects the American people, pass. I urge passage of this bill and a no vote on the Biggs Jayapal amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Like all the amendments offered by HPSI, this amendment drastically expands the scope of FISA. Drastically. This amendment will actually change the definition of electronic communication service provider to require a whole new class of businesses and other entities to assist in FISA Section 702 surveillance. So, when the amendment first came out a month and a half ago, it caused a massive commotion, as you can imagine. One of the FISA amici did something highly unusual. He went public with a warning. He confirmed that the amendment originally was exactly as broad as it looked, and that it could force hotels, libraries, coffee shops to serve as surrogate spies. Because, of course, customers in those establishments might well be engaging in international communications which would transit over the Wi-Fi equipment in those locations. That was the original. So, the amendment sponsors, they threw in an exemption for hotels, libraries, and coffee shops and a handful of other establishments. But that hardly solves the problem because the vast majority of U.S. businesses are not exempted. So the amendment would still apply to grocery stores, department stores, hardware stores, barber shops, laundromats, fitness centers, the nail salon. Perhaps most worrisome of all, it would apply to business landlords who rent out office space and provide Wi-Fi for their building. That would include the offices that many of us in this room go to when we're back in our districts, as well as the offices of tens of millions of Americans across the country. Offices for lawyers, journalists, nonprofits, and others. That's how expansive this amendment is. That's why we should defeat this amendment. Now, I've enjoyed it, all the attention the Biggs, Jayapal, Jordan, Nadler, Davidson, Lofgren amendment has received. It's been flattering that on every other amendment and the underlying bill, we don't talk about any of that other stuff, we talk about warrant. And that gets to the reality of the situation. The intelligence community wants control. They want to continue to have control without any checks. The Biggs Amendment does not require a warrant for the government to surveil foreigners in foreign countries or to incidentally collect the communication of Americans under Section 702. Let me repeat that to you. The amendment does not require a warrant for the government to surveil foreigners in foreign countries, nor does it require a warrant for incidentally collected the communications of Americans under Section 702. It just doesn't. But that's what you've heard. Instead, it requires that the federal government and the spying surveillance apparatus get a warrant if they want to read an American's communications or query them in the 702 database. That's what the essence of this is. They don't want to have to get a warrant. They're okay with getting a warrant under Title I of FISA, but not under 702 for some reason. Odd. Very odd. And I'll tell you what else. Not only do they not want to get a warrant, they want to expand the database and the scope of the Americans that they can scoop up in that database to include, in this particular amendment, virtually every retail outlet in the country, virtually every commercial enterprise in the country, virtually every commercial property in this country. But by golly, we don't want to have a warrant if we're going to look into U.S. persons' information. Don't want to do that. After all, that might cause them to actually develop and investigate further. Let me tell you something. This underlying bill loses its quality if you don't pass the Biggs Amendment on the Warren Amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Oh, I did.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Ask for a recorded vote. Yes, sir. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio will be postponed. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118, TAC 456, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Waltz of Florida. And amendment number 6 by Mr. Turner of Ohio. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118, TAC 456, by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 212, the nays are 212. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-456 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed via voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 118-456, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 269, the yeas are 153. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118, TAC 456, by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 268, the nays are 152. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118, TAC 456, by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Ayes are 193. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118, TAC 456, by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-456, offered by Mr. Turner of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 186. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 7888 and pursuant to House Resolution 1137, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered and it is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the chair will put them en gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978.
Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 273, the nays are 147. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition? The objection is heard. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Lee of Florida moves to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 7888.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Clerk will read the motion.
To reconsider.
Question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
I have.
Please. Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek
I
recognition?
ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. Start 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks, but the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Let's get the House in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize students from Keystone Central Career and Technology Center who recently attended the Skills USA State Competition in Hershey, Pennsylvania. The Skills USA State Competition, which took place from April 3rd to April 5th, is an annual competition that allows high school students to demonstrate their skills in a variety of competitions. Students had the opportunity to compete both individually and as a team. Keystone Central had 25 students participate in the event. The students represented different programs, including childcare, drafting design, health assisting, and precision machining. 12 students won awards, with 4 coming in first place for community service and related technical math, 1 coming in second for CTE demonstration, and 7 coming in third for architectural drafting, career pathways, industrial and engineering technology, and career pathways for human services. The student who came in first will advance to the national competition in Atlanta, Georgia in June. I'm proud of these Keystone Central students for their hard work and dedication to learning. I wish them the best of luck in their future career paths. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because this week the Biden administration took yet another massive step in the fight to end gun violence and save innocent lives. Yesterday, the administration took historic action to reduce the number of firearms sold to people without background checks. This is the largest expansion in the history of the background check system, or in the past 30 years. From Columbine to the Midland, Odessa shooting, background check loopholes and unlicensed gun dealers have contributed to some of the most horrific and senseless tragedies of our time. For years, people across our country have marched and fought and raised their voices, calling on leaders in power to give a damn about the innocent lives being taken away from us. President Biden is listening. Under his leadership, this Congress passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Under his leadership, we've created the first ever federal White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and under his leadership, we are one more massive step closer to universal background checks that will undoubtedly save lives. Now it's time for this chamber to follow suit and pass universal background checks. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. I rise to remember Dr. Jerome Green, who died unexpectedly earlier this week. Jerome has served as the president of Shorter College in North Little Rock, Arkansas since 2012. And as the only private 2-year historically black college and university in the country, Shorter College faces unique challenges that were all embraced by Dr. Green. In his time as president, he increased the enrollment at the college, brought back intercollegiate athletics, added academic programs, and more. Jerome was recently named the HBCU Campaign Fund Board as one of the 10 most dominant HBCU leaders in the class of 2024. Early in his career, Jerome was appointed by then-Governor Bill Clinton to the Arkansas Ethics Commission. He served as chairman. Following his work on the Ethics Commission, he was appointed to the panel of conciliators for the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, a division of the World Bank. Dr. Green has truly dedicated his career to improving the lives of others. He was an exemplary leader in his faith, his devotion to Shorter College, and our country. He's a dear friend, will be missed by many. Martha and I are brokenhearted, and we pray for his repose of his soul and for his friends and family.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? The gentleman, I'm sorry.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
The United States and Ukraine are at a crossroads. In their fight against Putin, Ukraine is rationing weapons. After 2 years of war, Ukraine is losing ground that they had reclaimed from their aggressor, as the Russian army grows stronger. Still, Ukrainians fight for their freedom. They fight for the future of Ukraine and of Europe. They fight for democracy itself. Their fight is existential. Their fight is our fight, because what affects our European allies affects us, affects our security, affects our economy, affects our very democracy. America is the indispensable nation, yet some Republicans in this body are willing to squander our global strength to appease Mr. Putin or a former president. We cannot allow extreme House Republicans to do the dirty work of Putin and Trump, because if we abandon Ukraine,
We fail to protect a younger democracy. We jeopardize our own military readiness and national security, and we fail a crucial ally. For 2 years, the United States, President Biden, has led more than 50 nations in supplying Ukraine what it needs to win. We are at a crossroads. We must not stumble. We must stand strong and lead. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, just the latest devastating consequences of the atrocious Biden border crisis, the dramatic rise in the number of illegal immigrants squatting in American homes. We've heard story after story of migrants squatting on Americans' property to the point a viral Venezuelan TikToker urged illegal immigrants to take advantage of states' adverse possession laws, which cause even more migrants to squat. Just last week, Homeland Security officials arrested 8 illegal immigrants on drug and gun possession charges who have been squatting in a Bronx, New York home. I'm taking action to curb this trend, which is why I recently introduced the Safeguarding Homes from Illegal Entry, Living, and Dwelling Act, or SHIELD Act. My bill would make trespassing a deportable offense for illegal aliens, as well as deem the alien permanently inadmissible for entry for return back into the United States of America. This legislation should serve as a deterrent and make illegal immigrants think twice before attempting to trespass on our homes and in an unlawful manner. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the important role that community and school-based health centers play when it comes to America's mental well-being. These centers provide a wide range of mental and physical health services, regardless of a patient's ability to pay. I recently visited several community health centers in my district, along with SAMHSA Deputy Director Tom Coderre. During our visit, we met with staff, providers, and local stakeholders to learn more about how Congress can better support these facilities. And what I gained from those conversations is that we simply do not have enough mental health providers to meet community need, especially in rural areas. Addressing the mental health workforce shortage has to be a top priority. For my part, I've introduced legislation that will help create a strong workforce pipeline and relieve the pressure on individual providers. And I'll continue to push for more funding for community health centers and other organizations that are truly helping to fill the gaps in mental health care, because mental health is just as important as our physical health. But we can't expand access to care without also increasing support for providers who are on the ground working to put an end to the mental health crisis in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sherry Dinello for being inducted into the Georgia Nursing Hall of Fame. The Nursing Hall of Fame was established to show appreciation for the many hardworking nurses in Georgia. Sherry is one of 10 nurses to receive the invitation for the 2024 selection. She, along with her counterparts, were chosen on the merits of service and leadership in the field, community life, and philanthropic organizations. Sherry is currently the Vice President of Patient Care Services and Chief Nursing Officer at St. Joseph's Candler Hospital, located in Savannah, Georgia. Her responsibilities include covering hundreds of hospital beds, many outpatient services, and other fields of outreach. Along with serving on the Health Force Work Commission, a position which she was appointed to by Governor Brian Kemp, she sits on many other community boards. Sherry's strong commitment and relentless service to the medical field is valued and appreciated by the Savannah community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life of Jason Jenkins, an 18-year-old who shares the same hometown as me, Rockford, Illinois. Jason was a student and worked at Walmart in the evenings and on weekends. But that was also where he was the victim of a horrific, racially motivated knife attack that ended his life. Bystanders jumped to his side, comforting him while trying to stop the bleeding. A powerful testament to the good in our community that will always overpower hate. Several of his teachers told me that Jason was an extraordinary young man, known for his personality, positivity, and always looking to make people laugh. Today, I'm grieving with the Jenkins family, their neighbors, his team at Walmart, and his classmates at Auburn High School. This has been a rough few weeks for the Rockford community. But with every tragedy, it is important that we come together as one family to support each other during these difficult moments. We will never forget you, Jason Jenkins. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to thank Dr. Stephen Stambaugh and Dr. Valerie O'Regan on their retirement from Cal State Fullerton after years of dedicated service as political science professors. Doctors Stambaugh and O'Regan led the Cal State DC Scholars Program, offering students interested in politics and government the unique opportunity to live and learn in Washington, D.C. Dr. Stambaugh was the founding director of this program in 2006, which more than 650 students have since participated in this program. Dr. O'Regan personally recruited 1/3 of the students. Their important work has inspired many, including my own daughter, Kelly, who attended Cal State Fullerton and was a Cal State DC scholar. Thank you both for your tireless work to teach the next generation of public servants and leaders, and I wish you both the best in your retirement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
And for what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of South Los Angeles' spiritual and moral center, Reverend Dr. Cecil Chip Murray. For 27 years, Reverend Murray served as pastor of Los Angeles' oldest Black-founded church, First African Methodist Episcopal Church, or FAME. Many a president, senator, congressperson, foreign minister, community advocate, or person in need found their way to FAME and Reverend Murray. He guided our community through times of crisis and towards prosperity. He sheltered and fed thousands of displaced residents at FAME during the 1992 LA riots and later created over 4,000 jobs, 300 new homeowners, and 500 new businesses across South LA through the FAME Renaissance Economic Development Program. Upon his retirement from FAME, Reverend Murray served as chair of Christian ethics in the School of Religion at my alma mater, USC, passing on his wisdom to a new generation of community leaders. He was a constituent of the 37th. He was a shepherd of faith, justice, and mercy. He was an icon to Los Angeles. Please join me in honoring Reverend Murray's incredible life and legacy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the United States Congress Joint Economic Committee released a report based on the Consumer Price Index for March. They found that in my home state of California, the average household in California is paying $1,222 more per month to purchase the same goods and services as just 3 years ago, January 2021. Cumulatively, the average California household has spent $26,929 more due to inflation in that same period of time. Compared to January 21, the average household in California is spending $173 more per month on food and $25 more each month than just 1 year ago. a cumulative of $3,900 more in food costs since January of 21. The average household in California is spending $161 per month more in energy costs and $5,000 more out of their pockets since that period of time in January of 21. Shelter, housing has gone up, $4,600 more since January of 21. What's the root cause of this? Couple basic pieces. Cost of energy drives everything, and government spending has inflated. We got to stop this.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate Fitzgerald's, a community staple in Berwyn, Illinois, where we can listen to all types of music and have a good time. The building at Roosevelt and Clarence has gone by many names and served many purposes since it became a place to gather more than 100 years ago. It was a hunting lodge and sporting headquarters in the 50s and 60s. It was the Hunt Club where jazz greats like Turk Murphy, Lil Armstrong, and Bob Scobie played. In 1980, under new ownership, the venue took the name Fitzgerald's, and the rest is history. Then in 2020, new owners got creative with a stay-at-home concert series during the pandemic and recently applied for Fitzgerald's to be added to the National Register of Historic Places, which I wholeheartedly support. Fitzgerald's slogan is, "Live good, good drinks." And I raise a glass to this cornerstone in my community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what I said 6 months ago couldn't be more truer today. I said we need a permanent ceasefire to save lives and bring lasting peace. And yet today, over 33,000 Palestinians have been killed, 13,000 children robbed of a future, 340 doctors and aid workers dead, 1 million on the brink of famine, 95 journalists and media workers dead, and after 188 days, 100 hostages are still not home. When will we see the irony of facilitating aid airdrops while we are also supplying airstrikes? How long before we stop arming Netanyahu to wage a brutal war against civilians? We have to reclaim our integrity. So not one more dollar, not one more bomb, not another excuse for an extremist who prides himself on the starvation and the death of children. Not anymore. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the inspiring life of Tanya Sanchez. Tanya was the director of the Presbyterian Health Services Community Clinic in Cuba, New Mexico, who passed away in February. She implemented programs and activities to connect with her community, from toy drives to Halloween carnivals and art competition. Tanya strived to make everyone feel welcome. She encouraged them to take pride in their home as rural Latino Americanos, as Nuevo Mexicanos. Tanya had recently launched her campaign for village council, and even after her passing, she won more votes than others who won. She was eager to listen and build with her community. Through her immense care and compassion, Tanya created an unrivaled impact on everyone she met. Tanya spearheaded one of my congressional-supported community projects for rural workforce housing for the health clinic in Cuba. I will cherish the photos of the event celebrating the project with Tanya. I'm heartbroken that such an amazing person was taken before her light could shine even brighter. I am proud to have met her and hope to carry on the work that she started in our home state and in her beautiful village. Her legacy will live on through her children and the countless lives that she touched, and through the beautiful workforce housing that she made possible in Cuba, New Mexico. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, considering the visit this week from His Excellency Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan, I rise to thank both him and his country's commitment to our deepening alliance of liberty. I also rise to discuss where I believe there's room for improvement that must achieve parity in our trade relationship between the United States of America and Japan, our essential ally in the Pacific. Japan is a key ally for our nation, but there have been concerning developments within our trade and economic relationship that deserve attention. In particular, the U.S.-Japan lingering huge trade deficit is of great importance. Certainly in my manufacturing region of America, our steel workers, auto workers, manufacturers across our region, and the entire industrial Midwest. Due to the North American Free Trade Agreement's passage over 40 years ago, NAFTA, with additional export caps and a slew of other flawed trade policies, the industrial heartland of our country has been left behind again and again as jobs were outsourced and markets were left closed. It was hard for us to get our exports into Japan. As we embark on this next phase of our relationship with Japan, of the utmost importance to our country and global security, I would argue, with President Biden, lawmakers, agencies, the military, and even Japan itself, not to leave behind again the manufacturing heartland and the people of our country who I am in this very room to represent. It is all too easy to get caught up in achieving our shared economic and security goals and forget those right here at home. Specifically, my constituents have been cut out of trade deals over and over. Our manufacturers find it extremely difficult to get items into Japan, and we have our markets open. We have markets open for investment by Japan in this country. Try to afford to invest in Japan by a major U.S. company. The Japanese are smart traders, and they are able, and they are paying attention to the world, but so are my constituents. And make no mistake, if you leave people behind here at home, they can leave you behind too. In fact, we have lived the results of past unfair trade deals every day. And that has thrown skepticism on international partnerships that have not been fair, and isolationist tendencies have developed among some Americans who harbor these tendencies. But these nagging trade deficits are one reason, and they currently impede our ability to uphold our commitment to such important alliances. So why not embrace this moment? Let's embrace it to move closer to a new era for the industrial Midwest, rather than repeat the mistakes of the past. In 2022, listen to this, the U.S. trade deficit with Japan was over $70 billion. But that was not an isolated year. Going back 40 years, the amount of that deficit is in the trillions. Why does this statistic look like this? And how does it look to the people of Ohio and the workers and companies of Ohio? Let's use the auto industry as an example. In 2021, the U.S. imported 1,400,000 vehicles from Japan. But Japan only took 20,000 of our vehicles, to be exact, 20,233. So that's 1.4 million for them, 1,400,000. And for us, 20,233. That's a 70-to-1 import to export ratio in the automobile itself. But when you count parts and you count steel and so many other components that Japan keeps out, the number is even bigger. It is terribly difficult for American automakers and auto parts suppliers to break into and stay in the Japanese market. There are many, many impediments. Additionally, in December of 2023, Nippon Steel, a Japanese firm, announced its intention to buy the iconic U.S. Steel Company. U.S. Steel has long provided tens of thousands of Americans with dignified, living wage jobs which have provided our nation with the materials to build American vehicles on American soil. What America makes and builds America. Formed in 1901 and still based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it was once the largest steel producer in the world. It remains to this day one of the largest American steel producers. But I'm concerned that if the sale goes through, Nippon Steel will not be obligated to honor labor contracts and American jobs will be lost again, meaning Midwest industrial America will be left behind again. If we're to have free trade, we must also have fair trade, and we must at a minimum play by the same rules. Our partnership must yield a win-win for both our national security and Japan's, and our economic security and Japan's economic security. But the ledger books don't get us there today. We've got more work to do, and I asked the Prime Minister if he couldn't send a delegation to work on these exact issues. In delivering this essential economic message, I want to again thank the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida for traveling so far to visit our nation this week and for his kind words recognizing our many shared values, his fondness for his childhood, some of that time spent in America, and his appreciation for the importance of the U.S.-Japan alliance on the trade front. However, our two nations have much work to repair and much work to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would now like to turn to another very essential topic. And one, I would like to mention that the majority party, the Republican Party, is long overdue in bringing to this floor the National Security Supplemental Bill that includes support for Ukraine. Let me be clear. Ukraine is fighting for its liberty. You can feel it. You can taste it. But Ukraine is not asking the American people to die for her, but she's only asking some help from us to buy the ammunition to win their own liberty. How could any American turn their back on this plea? We are the leader of the free world. We like to say that. Are we really the leader of the free world? We cannot let Ukraine fail. How can this Congress dither as lives are lost because of lack of ammunition, as liberty hangs in the balance on the eastern edge of Europe, our closest allies? Ukraine has become the scrimmage line for liberty on the continent of Europe today. Russia, without provocation, invaded the sovereign territory of Ukraine first in 2014 and then expanded its zone of terror to take as much of Ukraine as the free world allows. Think about that. Russia's dictatorship historically has a very sinister habit of gulping up territory that does not belong to it. History instructs us that peace is possible when Russia is pushed back into her own boundaries. Just in the last century, Russia killed more innocent people than even Nazi Germany. Russia forcibly starved and murdered over 12 million people. Humankind doesn't even know how many because it was such an annihilation. Only God truly knows how many. Then Russia occupied territory in Europe for over 40 years, as far west as Berlin, Germany, and as far south as Turkey. Most recently, Vladimir Putin has invaded Georgia in 2008, Crimea and Ukraine in 2014, and then a full-scale illegal invasion into the rest of Ukraine in 2022, which remains a hot war and ongoing as we are here today. Russia's greedy dictators, from Stalin to Putin, chomp off territory that is not theirs to take. Borders of nations must be sovereign. The history of Europe is also clear. Russia is an expansionist tyranny. Sadly but true, it always has been. Vladimir Putin intends to keep it that way. If the free world does not stand up to Russia now, it will continue to plunder adjoining nations, most of which are members of NATO. That broadened conflict will mean a much enlarged conflagration that will engage NATO militarily, and that includes the United States of America. For some very misguided members of the U.S. Congress to let liberty twist and twist in the wind in Ukraine deeply harms the freedom-seeking, courageous people and soldiers of Ukraine. I find it mind-numbing to guess why some members of this House choose to turn away from liberty at a moment of greatest challenge on a continent where over 500,000 Americans died for our liberty and their liberty. Do our colleagues not grasp that their political antics aid and abet a real proven enemy of liberty? Their foolery greatly endangers the people of our nation going forward as they allow the death of Ukraine's soldiers. When they acquiesce to Vladimir Putin, the acquiescenist wing of the Republican Party damages the standing of the United States of America globally. Could we be observing modern-day quislings, people who acquiesce to tyrants and throw daggers right at liberty's heart? Can some of our colleagues actually believe they exist alone on this globe? Do they know no history? Let me assure them, they cannot retreat to sheltered little corners where they will remain safe. When you cede the field to tyranny, when you whet its appetite, it will find you. Could some of these members among us hold their fanciful ideas because their families have been protected from the raw edge of tyranny? Could they not know the terrorist forces of subjugation? Our family knows the face of Russian terror. Believe me, no person should ever have to endure its cruel, murderous, soulless apparatchiks. Perhaps the lack of mandatory conscription in our nation's military for a generation means that we as a country are yielding very naive candidates for Congress and even for the presidency of our country, with some having no veterans in their own families. Do members of Congress genuflecting before Vladimir Putin actually not know that they are making our world a much more dangerous place in which to live? Are they absent any veterans in their families who fought on the continent of Europe in the last century and know the stakes? For the first time in recorded history, the structure of a free world and the means to defend it hangs in the balance. In Europe, well over 500,000 lives were sacrificed to the vision of what we now call the free world. But when our soldiers fought, the shield of liberty they bequeathed to each and every one of us and members of this body that have royally blessed us, as they fought, they didn't know exactly, they didn't have a name for the free world. There was no NATO, but they understood when they met an enemy to liberty, and they fought against it with everything they had. We have been living, anyone in this room, anyone listening, we have been blessed living during the longest period of peacetime history among great powers the world has ever known. You are blessed, not for anything you did yourself, but for what those who came before us did for us. We can't squander that legacy. Liberty Shield was created out of the profound sacrifices of our citizens, enabling all of us to live more comfortable lives, maybe too comfortable, about which the people of Ukraine can only now dream and fight. I'll ask my colleagues who oppose assistance to Ukraine, has your life perhaps been too comfortable? Do you know nothing of what our forebears sacrificed and fought for? Do you not know the face of tyranny? Could members of Congress be so vapid and unaware of America's critical role in the history of liberty? Do they not understand their dithering threatens liberty? Do they not understand if one naively retreats into their comfortable corner of the world for safety, there will come a day when the mean forces of evil will find them and us? Read about Stalin's Black Raven squads to understand who you empower through ignorance. There is no safety in retreat. Our colleagues appease, but do not understand what it takes to maintain a free world. What a sacrilege to reward murderous dictators like Vladimir Putin. He operates in the style of his idol, Joseph Stalin, the most vile, crazed, savage Russian dictator. Stalin butchered millions upon millions of innocent human beings as they blood-soaked and sanctified the holy land of Ukraine. As its Black Raven squad sought out any person who got in the way, starved by Russia, shot in the back of the head by Russia, smothered to death in church basements, buried in nameless mass graves, in forests, frozen by starvation, by the millions. Did my colleagues not observe the recent torturous death of Russian freedom fighter Alexei Navalny? That is Putin's way of operating, modus operandi. Kill the opposition. By acquiescing to Russia, you reward murderers, despots, and tyrants. Parroting the talking points of Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin isn't just a sign of our colleagues' lack of knowledge on the subject. It is simply un-American. Are my colleagues too blinded by full bellies, media distractions, and their own self-satisfaction and attention to miss the predator on the march? Are my colleagues too consumed with the attention they draw by playing with the devil, that they foolishly hasten the day when the winds of oppression burn them and us? Only time will tell. But as the hours, days, and weeks tick by, Ukrainian lives hang in the balance. Ukrainian soldiers valiantly resist the third largest military in the world. I urge my colleagues to support funding for ammunition and weapons for Ukraine. I call upon the majority to bring the legislation to the floor immediately. Time is of the essence. The winter months over 2 years have been so difficult for the people of Ukraine and her soldiers. Liberty hangs in the balance on our watch. Give us a chance to vote for liberty. Don't hold back the legislation another month and then another month and then another month. Meet the moment. Protect the national security of the United States and of Europe. Meet our obligations. Let's vote for support of Ukraine. I pray we can do that next week. I yield back.
Yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Pastor Terry and Reverend Cynthia Horn on celebrating their 50th anniversary of active children's ministry aimed at teaching good citizenship along with biblical moral values. Dr. Terry Horn, as you can see here beside me, is affectionately known as Uncle Sam. And he and his wife, Cynthia, began their ministry, as I said, 50 years ago to teach Christ's love, hope, and healing in poverty-stricken areas. The Horns have brought the gospel message to major cities throughout the United States before finally being called to relocate to Jacksonville in 2011. It's that time that I was sheriff in Jacksonville, Florida, and got to know their program well. Their current organization, Metro City Kids, is a faith-based, mission-serving Jacksonville's inner-city children. Their efforts have had notable and tangible importance in our Northeast Florida community. Metro City Kids works to connect children living in public housing to Christ and encouraging them through weekly mentoring, Bible study, and prayer to live a Christian lifestyle. The Duval County Sheriff's Office, which I was sheriff, reported that juvenile crime in public housing areas where Metro City Kids operated saw a 40% reduction in their first 5 years of service. That was an amazing, amazing accomplishment. Metro City's Kids' impact on Jacksonville is far-reaching, and hundreds of children and families have been blessed by their dedication to our community. I want to thank Pastor Terry Horn, Uncle Sam, and his wife, Reverend Cynthia Horn, for their ministry in the parts of our community that were most in need. Their investment in our next generation has made Northeast Florida a safer, more loving place to live, and I thank them for that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the exemplary athletic achievement of the girls' soccer teams from Ponte Vedra High School and Creekside High School, both located in my district. On Saturday, March 2nd, these two varsity teams became 2024 Florida High School Athletics Association state champions following playoff wins at the Spec Martin Stadium in DeLand, Florida. The Ponte Vedra Sharks won the Class 6A state championship against Eastlake High School with a pair of second-half goals. Hadley Conway and Jenny Deary and L. Anderson scored for the Sharks, earning them a 3-1 victory. Over the course of the team's 5 playoff games, Ponte Vedra outscored their opponents 22-2. And I have to mention, this is the 4th state championship for Ponte Vedra's powerhouse soccer program since the school's inception in 2009, all under the amazing coach Dave Silverberg. And now, the Creekside Knights triumphed over Boca Raton in the Class 7A League, also securing their spot as state champions. This is the second time in that program's history that the Knights have claimed the title, both in the past 3 years, again under the amazing coach Joe Soto's leadership. Goals from Chloe Yiff and Sarah Weisberg cemented the well-deserved 2-1 win that concluded their fantastic season. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly honored to congratulate the hardworking student athletes at Ponte Vedra and Creekside High Schools for their great achievements. And thank you to coaches Silverberg and Soto, their parents, the entire Ponte Vedra and Creekside communities for supporting these championship athletes. Florida's 5th Congressional District is truly proud They have such determined and dedicated students, and I wish them the best in their continued endeavors, and I wish both of their programs great success. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you'll be happy to know there are no more speakers. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. I rise proud to be an American, proud to have the opportunity to stand here in the Congress of the United States of America and address issues of importance to the world. I am proud to say that as an American, I salute the flag, I say the Pledge of Allegiance, I sing the national anthem, I stand for the anthem. But Mr. Speaker, as I always remind people, as a liberated Democrat, I remind them, the greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will stand and salute the flag or will stand and sing the national anthem. The greatness of America will be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will defend those who choose not to stand, who choose not to sing, who choose not to salute. I will defend their rights as Americans not to participate in many things that I participate in. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that when I tell people I love my country, a good many would say to me, why would you love a country that segregated you? Why would you love a country that required you to sit in the back of the bus, the balcony of the movie? Why would you love a country that has treated you so badly and so poorly when you were a child? I was a son of the segregated South. The laws that the Constitution recognized for me, my friends and neighbors denied those laws, the access to those laws, if you will. But I have found that the best opportunity to make a difference in the world and change these things resides here in the United States of America. I love the country because I love the ideals, what it stands for in its Declaration of Independence, what it stands for in its Constitution. And I know that the Constitution did not apply equally to all when initially written. But I also know that there have been changes and there's still much change to take place. I love my country. But I still believe that there must be things that we can do, and there are things we can do to make the country a better place for all. So today I rise, Mr. Speaker, to speak on behalf of the many persons who have lost their lives, who have suffered in Gaza. The United States funds the country that has purchased the weaponry, much of it, that has been used to harm people in Gaza. We have our fingerprints on these weapons. We have our fingerprints on the destruction that's taking place in Gaza. I rise to stand with the innocent Palestinian men, women, and children, especially children, as well as others who were in Gaza who have suffered. I rise, Mr. Speaker, with a resolution that I will be filing, a resolution that will be commemorating the innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And I plan to read this resolution, but before I read it, I want to remind people, those who would think that I only commemorate the lives of Palestinians and those who lost their lives in Gaza who happen to be Palestinian. No, I was right here on the Capitol grounds, just outside this building. You walk out, you walk over. You don't really walk down to the place where we stood to present our belief that we should bring back the hostages. I participated in this with the Honorable Frederica Wilson from Florida to bring back the hostages, to say to the world that we support bringing the hostages back. Should never have been taken. You don't take babies as hostages. I stood there, and before that, I was out in front of the Capitol with the Speaker of the House and many representatives from this House to indicate that a certain number of days had passed and people were still being held hostage. I have spoken on the floor of this House on behalf of Israel. I have voted for more than $50 billion in support to Israel. So don't in any way conclude that I am a person who has not supported Israel and the people of Israel. But today, I have a resolution that deals with the innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And that would include, by the way, the 7 people who were wounded, who were the World Central Kitchen workers. They were there to bring relief. It's a relief organization, but I say they were great humanitarians who lost their lives, and their lives have to be commemorated as well. Please, hear now the resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. By the way, it hasn't been filed, and if someone wants to file a resolution similar to this before I file mine, please do so. I don't file it because I'm trying to be first in time. I file it because there's a necessity to talk about these lives that have been lost in Gaza. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And by the way, one of the reasons that I filed this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is because I believe we must do more than statisticize these lives that were lost. We must do more to humanize the suffering that's taking place in Gaza. Statisticizing does not give you the essence of the human beings that have lost their lives and been wounded. I'll say more about that as we progress. Whereas on October 7, 2023, Hamas conducted a heinous attack on Israel, leading to Israel declaring war on Hamas. Not in the resolution, but you need to hear this. War on Hamas, Mr. Speaker, not war on Palestinians, war on Hamas. Even the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu himself, has said that the Palestinians are victims. War on Hamas declared by Israel, not war on Palestinians. Continuing with the resolution. Whereas in 2020, the population of Gaza was over 2 million, with approximately half being children under the age of 18. Half, more than half being children under the age of 18. I repeat a lot of things for emphasis. This is one of those things. Whereas, because of the war, homes, schools, businesses, and hospitals in Gaza have been decimated. I'll say more about that in a moment. Whereas, hundreds of thousands of innocent civilian men, women, and especially children in Gaza have suffered through the loss of mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, family members, families have lost their lives in Gaza. Innocent people, I might add. While starving and suffering the mental anguish associated with war. Can you imagine what it would be like for the persons who survived this war? What their lives would be like? Will there be counseling for them as we provide counseling for ourselves when we have suffered some sort of mental anguish? Or will they just have to suffer for the rest of their lives, never get the proper medical treatment that they richly deserve? Whereas civilians in Gaza live in constant fear of sudden loss of arms, legs, and life. I'll say more about this in just a moment. Whereas tens of thousands of innocent civilians, including thousands of children, have been brutally killed in a war beyond their control. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives commemorates the tens of thousands of innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, too many of whom were children. Continuing, the lives lost should be viewed as more than statistics. So far, what I've done is give you statistics for the most part, more than mere statistics. An effort should be made to respect the humanity of the dead. The killing of innocents should be stopped with all possible haste, and the United States should do everything it can to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And thank you, Mr. President, for causing the necessary aid to be brought back into Gaza. I don't know that enough has been brought back to date, but I do know that because of this president, the gates have been opened such that more aid can get into Gaza, and I'm grateful for that. So now, let's go further into this because we have to humanize some of what I've talked about. First, this poster that you see, my staff has given me a note that I have to remove. This poster that you see reads, Gaza's economy would not recover to its GDP levels of 2022 until 2092, 7 decades from now. 2092, if the economy were to grow at the pace it has in previous years. 2092 before Gaza can recover if this economy grows at the pace that it grew in previous years. And according to my staff, currently or in 2022, Gaza's per capita income was $3,572, which is 4% of what ours was in the United States. Ours was $76,329. So this simply says that to get back to a per capita income that was painful to suffer, it will take 7 decades if it grows at the rate that it was growing at in 2022. Now, this is a depiction. This is a depiction of the destruction. You've seen it on television. I'm still dealing with statistics, by the way, haven't really gotten to the heart of the message. So if you can, stay with me. This depicts the suffering visually in terms of property that has been destroyed. And it says Israel's destruction. I would have this read, the government of Israel. The people of Israel I have no quarrel with. I do have a quarrel with the government. I have no quarrel with the people of Israel. I have had differences in opinion with my government and still love the people in the country. So you can have people that you have no quarrel with, but you can have a difference with the government. So I would say the destruction of homes, and this is by virtue of the government's mandates, homes has created almost 23 million metric tons of rubble. 23 million metric tons. My staff has given me some intelligence on what 23 million metric tons would be the equivalent of. For reference, 1 metric ton is roughly equal to the weight of a small compact car. If we lined up 23 million compact cars end to end, you would be able to circle the globe, this would be the Earth, twice. 23 metric tons. Now, I know that the fighting is not what it was. I understand that there is what we will call a cessation in fighting to some extent taking place at this time. But there is a possibility that it may return. And even if it never returns, we can't forget that this happened. We can never forget that this took place. Just as I will never forget that slavery took place in this country, I won't ever forget that this took place in Gaza. God gave us memory for a reason. You have a heart to forgive, but you got a head to remember. I won't forget this. So if it ends now, I will still remember the suffering and the pain and all of the atrocities that took place in Gaza. Continuing. This is a representation that starts to get to where I'm going. It reads, the catastrophic levels of hunger and starvation in Gaza are the highest ever recorded on the IPC scale, both in terms of number of people and percentage of people of the population. This document will tell me what the IPC scale is, and I shall tell you. It is the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. Highest ever recorded, happening in Gaza now. This is not something that happened ages ago. Now we're getting closer to the essence of my message. Of the thousands of Palestinians killed in Gaza, about 70% have been women and children. There are estimates out there, tens of thousands. If you give the estimate that's being quoted, someone will say, well, that's a bad source that you got it from. But nobody disputes the fact that tens of thousands have been killed. Tens of thousands. 70% have been women and children. In the war today, and I won't forget this. Now to the heart of my message. This says more than 10 children lose a limb on average per day in Gaza. Now that was a while ago. That was as of January the 7th, 2024. So may be a lot different today because of the cessation in hostilities, not the complete stop. They haven't ceased, but there's not as much, not nearly as much taking place currently. But what you see here is a child. This child I shall read about. And this gets to what I was saying about humanizing. We have to humanize, not statisticize. This is more than a number. This is an actual child. We must humanize this baby. I will read to you now from the New Yorker. The article is styled, "The Children Who Lost Limbs in Gaza." Subtitle, "More than 1,000 children who were injured in the war are now amputees. What do their futures hold?" This is by Eliza Griswold, March 21st, 2024. And it reads, Ghazal, her name is Ghazal, we're not saying Gaza, her name is Ghazal, this baby, was wounded on November 10th when her family fled Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital. Shrapnel pierced her calf. To stop the bleeding, a doctor who had no access to antiseptic or anesthesia heated the blade of a kitchen knife. She was bleeding as a result of shrapnel, and the doctor took a kitchen knife. He heated the knife. It says here, heated the blade of a kitchen knife and catheterized the wound. Now, this baby has to be more than a piece of statistical information. This is a human being suffering and had the wound catheterized with a heated kitchen knife. It says that within days, the gash ran with pus and began to smell. Now, this is somebody's child. The gash ran with pus and began to smell. Can you imagine what your life would be like if your child had suffered this kind of wound and you had to use a kitchen knife to catheterize to try to save your baby's life, and then within days, the gash starts to smell? By mid-December, when Ghazal's family arrived at Nazar Medical Center, then Gaza's largest functioning healthcare facility, by the way, was rendered dysfunctional. If it's been brought back up, it was done so as of late, but was rendered dysfunctional during the war. Then Gaza's largest functioning medical facility, gangrene had set in. So we have a baby, wounded, her leg is catheterized, and she is then taken to a hospital because of pulse. The catheterized leg is smelling. We have to make sure that you understand that there was an odor that this family detected. And it says that gangrene set in, necessitating amputation at the hip. This is a human being. We've got to do more to humanize. We can't say that children are losing their limbs. A baby lost her leg up to her hip. We've got to do more to humanize. This baby had purpose. She had a life. Now, someone will say, well, this is not Gaza, doesn't look like Gaza, and if the baby was wounded in Gaza, why is she in this environment? I'll get to that. I'll get to that. On December 17th, a projectile, now remember, she's at this medical center. So on December 17th, a projectile hit the children's ward of Nazar, that's the hospital. Gazelle and her mother watched it enter the room. They're in the hospital now to receive attention for the wound that this baby suffered earlier. And watched, this is amazing to me, watched it enter the room. They're saying the projectile came into the room and they saw it as it's coming in. Can you imagine the fear? Can you imagine the kind of counseling and psychiatric help you need when you see this? So this projectile comes into the room, and here's what follows. Decapitating Gazelle's 12-year-old roommate and causing the ceiling to collapse. Gazelle had a roommate in that facility. This person, 12 years of age, is decapitated. By the way, Israelis were decapitated too. I denounced it. I denounced it. I don't believe you can condemn the killing of Israeli babies and then condone the killing of Palestinian babies. I can't do that. The God that I worship doesn't let me do that. Decapitating Gazelle's 12-year-old roommate and causing the ceiling to collapse. Multiple news reports have described the event as an Israeli attack. The IDF claimed the incident could have been caused by Hamas, a Hamas mortar, or the remnant of an Israeli flare. Now, IDF says it could have been caused by Hamas or Israel. Gazelle and her mother managed to crawl out of the rubble. Here's a baby with one leg amputated up to the hip, in a facility to get help, and she has to crawl out. Gazelle's mother was 9 months pregnant. She gave birth to a baby girl while awaiting an airlift to Doha. UNICEF estimates that 1,000 children in Gaza have become amputees since the conflict began in October. This is the biggest cohort of pediatric amputees in history, it says, and it's taking place in Gaza. My time is nearly up, so I have to rush to my close, and I'm going to do so, Mr. Speaker, so I beg that you would bear this closing has to be heard. All of what I have said, how much time, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can do it in 3 minutes. We have statisticized, I've tried to humanize, and forgive me for not enunciating some of these words, the verbiage properly, but my heart's what's speaking today, so my head sometimes gets distorted. We have humanized this baby. We've talked about what is happening and what has happened. But now I want to talk to you about something that will give us hope. This is from the speech of the Prime Minister of Japan. He spoke where the speaker's standing right now. Why would I go to the speech of the Prime Minister from Japan? Well, here's why. Listen to his words. He says, and this is his conclusion, "Let me close with this final thought. I want you to know how seriously Japan takes its role as the United States' closest ally." Somebody remembers that the United States was the first country in the world to use nuclear power against a perceived enemy. An enemy, if you will. Some would say perceived, I'm going to say an enemy. At the time, we dropped 2 atomic bombs. Nagasaki, Hiroshima. And you've got the Prime Minister of Japan standing where the speaker is now, saying that we are the closest ally, they're our closest ally. He goes on to say, together we can carry a large responsibility. I believe that we are essential to peace, vital to freedom, and fundamental to prosperity. This is the Prime Minister of Japan. Notwithstanding all that has happened, notwithstanding what we did in dropping atomic bombs on Japan, the Prime Minister proclaims that we are friends and goes on to say, bonded by our beliefs, I pledge to you Japan's firm alliance and enduring friendship. Why did I bring it up? Because those who say that we cannot have a two-state solution, I say to you, remember that Japan is the company that we dropped atomic bombs on. And we now have a friendship with Japan. We have the Prime Minister coming here and speaking to a joint session of Congress. Don't tell me we can't have a two-state solution. I know that Mr. Netanyahu's behavior is not that of a person who seeks a two-state solution, because if it were, you wouldn't decimate Gaza. You wouldn't kill tens of thousands of people, many of them babies. I understand that he doesn't want a two-state solution. I understand that Hamas doesn't want a two-state solution. But we cannot be guided by what Hamas and Mr. Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, what they want. We should be guided by our consciences and doing the right thing. And a two-state solution is the right solution. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, according to what has been handed to me, and I read it as presented, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye, Mr. Speaker, aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.